Chapter 2207. Thank you for your hospitality, but I prefer peace and quiet, so I appreciate your kindness. Suyu rejected them politely. The crowd was disappointed. It would not be easy to rope in such a person. It's all right. The flower lady smiled. Does Mr. Winshang plan to go back to cultivate? The crowd looked at Suyu, their thoughts running wild. If Mr. Winshang really left, it would be impossible to make friends with him. Suyu thought for a while, then looked at the remnants of the battle and said, "That was indeed my initial plan, but," looking at the sky, Suyu furrowed his brows and said, "But the Pirate Alliance is attacking. As a member of the second peerless family, there is no reason for me to stand idly by. I have decided to stay and fight against the pirates with everyone." Hearing this, the crowd was gratified. The flower lady said, "Mr. Winshang is a righteous man, a role model for our generation. There's no time like the present. Let's hold a welcoming banquet for young Master Winshang today." "Good idea. Mr. Winshang, please don't retreat. This is our kind gesture." Seeing that it was difficult to refuse, Suyu said, "All right, but let's not hold a welcoming banquet. I can't accept your welcoming banquet. Why don't we treat it as a meeting to fight against the pirates?" "All right, we'll do as you say." Thus, the crowd moved to the most luxurious restaurant in Tianqing City. Apart from Suyu, there were nearly 1,000 people present. Among them, apart from the flower lady and the white-clothed sword god, the rest of the so-called geniuses were only second-rate. The real geniuses had long since seen through Su Rush's plot, so they did not go to the observatory. Su Yu was like a crane in a flock of chickens, so he naturally became the center of attention. The Pirate Alliance's attack this time is aggressive and aimed at revenge. I think the targets of their revenge should be the Family Master and the Junior Family Master, Suyu said. Everyone pondered and nodded. This was already a consensus. The white-clothed sword god asked, "Then, how should we fight against the pirates? Mr. Winshang, what do you think?" The main force to fight against the pirates was the mansion and the strong men recruited by the mansion. As the younger generation, they were actually under protection and had not been ordered to fight against the pirates. Therefore, they did not have a complete plan. Suyu was already prepared for this, and he said, "We naturally don't need to take part in a head-on battle, but we can assist from the side." "Please elaborate, young Master Shang," Flower Lady Early Dawn said. After that, Suyu discussed several feasible plans with them. Of course, it was only the general outline of the plan. It was naturally not appropriate to reveal the details. Who knew if there was an undercover pirate among them? After several days of discussion, everyone was eager to try. If he could contribute to the fight against the pirates, he would undoubtedly receive more attention from the prince's mansion in the future. After the banquet, the news spread by word of mouth. Many wandering martial artists who wanted to participate in the fight against the pirates but had no other way to go contacted Suyu after hearing the news, hoping to join them. Over time, in just half a month, Suyu had gathered tens of thousands of martial artists with decent abilities. Most of them had followed him because they admired Suyu's unparalleled power of suppressing the demons. In order to better fight against the pirates, Suyu gathered them every day to carry out group drills against the pirates and to deduce all kinds of accidents that might occur. Therefore, there was quite a commotion every day. It would be difficult for the greedy Wolf King, who lived deep in the prince's mansion, not to know about it. "Are they practicing again today?" the greedy Wolf King asked suddenly as he lowered his head and looked at the sand table. The female Dao Master beside him said, "Yes." The greedy Wolf King frowned slightly. "How many people are there now?" "More than 18,000, and the number is still increasing. Moreover, their abilities are quite good." The greedy Wolf King said thoughtfully, "Is that Winshang really that powerful?" He did not believe that the second peerless family would have a peer who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At least, that's what the rumors say. Flower Lady Early Dawn and the white-clothed sword god could not withstand a single blow from that human demon, and the human demon was killed by Wenshang without being able to fight back. Inferring from this, Wenshang's abilities were quite extraordinary. The greedy wolf king snorted. Rumors are rumors after all. Young master, are you going to let them go? There are some unfriendly rumors circulating in the heavenly star city now, the female Tao master said leisurely. For example? For example, there are rumors that Wenshang is more talented than you, and that his future achievements will be far greater than yours. There are also rumors that he will lead the martial artists this time and make great contributions, establishing his supreme position from then on. After hearing that, the greedy wolf king remained silent for a long time before he sneered and shook his head. First, he is not qualified to compare with me. Second, he wants to make great contributions with the motley crew he recruited? Ridiculous. The greedy wolf king waved his hand and ignored her. We just need to pay attention to these deceiving people. There is no need to be too serious. The female Tao master nodded silently. Right, is Snow Dream Feiyu coming? The greedy wolf king changed the topic with a deep infatuation in his eyes. I received a message from her half a day ago. She is on the way and will be here soon. The greedy wolf king revealed an expectant look. I haven't seen her for a long time. I wonder if she is doing well. The female Tao master smiled. Lady Feiyu traveled thousands of miles just to help you. It is evident that she has deep feelings for you. Young master, you must not let her down in the future. The greedy wolf king let out a rare, gentle laugh. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere in the heavenly star city grew heavier with each passing day. The pirate alliance gradually approached, and everyone tensed up, until 1 month later, in the sky above the number 2 peerless clan, countless pirate warships covered the sky like pitch-black clouds. Urgent alarms rang throughout the entire heavenly star city. The martial practitioners of the heavenly king's residences jumped onto the warships and swarmed forward, like enraged bees in a beehive. On the pirate side, there were 10 warships that were the largest among the densely packed pirate warships. A leader stood at the top of each warship. In the middle was a young woman wearing a golden cloak and a gorgeous rainbow crown. She looked to be in her early 20s. Her skin was fair and rosy, and her facial features were exquisite. She looked delicate and quiet. She was the current number 1 person in the Pirate Alliance, Xia Xiaoya. She was like a queen looking down on the number 2 peerless clan. Her words rang like silver bells. If you surrender, you will not be killed. If you resist, you will be killed without mercy. There was no need for any unnecessary words between the two sides. Just this sentence was enough to start an earth-shattering battle. The 2 densely packed warships collided in the void and engaged in an intense battle. At the same time, a dazzling sun fell from each of the 10 pirate warships. Carrying different domains, they bombarded the Heavenly King's residences. In the Heavenly King's residences, a light shout that shook the universe resounded. 10 majestic figures of the Path Masters soared into the sky. A total of 20 Path Masters engaged in battle immediately. The collision of the domains erupted with a terrifying power that could tear apart civilization. They fought from the ground to the sky with tacit understanding, and from the sky to the distant void, so as to avoid accidentally injuring their own people. Those who remained at the scene were the main forces of both sides. Not long after, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and it began to rain. Corpses, weapons, wreckage, and so on fell like rain. Seeing that the great battle had begun, somewhere in the heavenly star city, Suyu stood up and said in a powerful voice, "Everyone, the time to make contributions has come. Follow me to kill the enemy." Nearly 20,000 martial artists with considerable strength followed Suyu and fled. Yes, they fled the battlefield directly. The martial artists of the number 2 peerless clan, who were fighting to the death, were all stunned when they saw the scene. Weren't these guys training hard all this time? Didn't they say they were going to make contributions on the battlefield? Why did they all run away? When the greedy Wolf King saw this scene, his eyes were filled with disdain. A bunch of unpresentable mobs. Beside him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman in a white muslin dress. Her features were exquisite, as if she had come out of a painting. Her facial features were gentle, and her eyes were calm. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, giving off a feeling of otherworldliness. She held a jade porcelain bottle in her hand, and a willow branch was stuck in the bottle. She pulled out the willow branch and waved it lightly, sprinkling a string of water droplets. Everywhere the water droplets passed, everything was frozen into ice. The entire pirate ship was turned into lumps of ice. No matter how many half-path masters were on the ship, they were all frozen in an instant, unable to resist. She only needed to strike 3 times to completely clear the area around her. His strength was so strong that it made people raise their eyebrows. She followed the gaze of the greedy Wolf King and looked at Su Yu and the others. She said, "They haven't been summoned, so they can leave if they want." As the greedy Wolf King fought the enemy, he said disdainfully, "Sister Feiyu, you may not know this, but these people have been training hard to resist the enemy for the past month. When the enemy comes, they all run away." "I see." Hearing this, Xue Meng Feiyu shook her head slightly. "That's really despicable." Then she stopped paying attention and focused on fighting the enemy. After Su Yu and the others escaped, they came to a place where the space was split open. This was the place where the Wanzhong beast was about to appear. Moreover, the Wanzhong beast that appeared here was heading towards the vicinity of the Pirate Alliance's lair. "The timing is just right," Su Yu said. In fact, they had chosen several backup spots where the Wanzhong beast would appear. When the battle began, they would choose the spot where the Wanzhong beast would appear. This place was the closest, so they naturally chose this spot. When the Wanzhong beast appeared, everyone could not help but feel nervous and excited. "If we succeed, we'll really have done something big," the white-robed sword god said, licking his lips. The flower Lady Chu Chen gritted her teeth. "Make a name for yourself. Let's go." Everyone jumped onto the Wanzhong beast. Under its lead, a few hours later, they appeared on a small, deserted civilization. On this civilization, they could see a dark mass of civilization in the distance. That was where the old lair of the Pirate Alliance was. Everyone jumped off the Wanzhong beast and concealed their breaths. Su Yu said in a serious voice, "There's still one more day before the Wanzhong beast comes again. So in one day, capture as many as you can and plunder as much as you can. Remember, do not be greedy. Do you understand?" "Yes," everyone said passionately. That's right, they were going to do something that would shake the world today. That was to rob the Pirate Alliance. Chapter 2208. It had always been pirates robbing them, but no one had ever dared to attack the pirates. If this plan succeeded, it would surely shake the entire 7 unique civilizations. When they first heard about Su Yu's plan, everyone present felt that Su Yu's idea was too imaginative and preposterous. But as they learned more about the plan, they began to realize its feasibility. Since ancient times, the nest of the Pirate Alliance had never been besieged by the 7 unique civilizations. This was because their nest would change periodically, and there was no way to besiege it. Now that they knew where their nest was, and most of the pirates had left, leaving only an empty nest, it was the perfect opportunity for them to take advantage of. Everything was going according to plan. Although there were strong men in the nest, there weren't as many as before, and the 20,000 of them could easily plunder it. "Let's move on," Su Yu said calmly. Crash! Everyone dispersed and snuck into the nest of the Pirate Alliance from all directions to plunder. Su Yu's eyes flickered. The entire civilization was divided among the 10 great pirates. Each civilization had many things that couldn't be taken away by the portable space. Among the 10 great pirates who had the most things, it was undoubtedly Xie Xiaoye. She was the strongest pirate among the 10 great pirates. Su Yu locked onto the area where Xia Xiaoya's pirates were and leaped into it. Through the Eye of Heaven's sweep, he soon had a panoramic view of the area. After a while, he appeared above a group of magnificent palaces. This was Xia Xiaoya's residence. There were many half-path masters here, especially in the center of the palaces. There were more than 20 half-path masters standing guard, as if there was an extremely important treasure here. Su Yu stroked his chin, but after thinking for a while, he shook his head lightly. He clearly remembered that when the 7 Unique Alliance besieged the Pirate Alliance, everyone had realized it was a trap. Only Xia Xiaoya was meticulous, and she had led her pirates out of the encirclement in advance. Why would such an intelligent person make such an unnecessary move? If an enemy path master had come, wouldn't he have discovered this place immediately? Xia Xiaoya's actions were like telling the invaders that there was a treasure hidden here, and that they should come in and take it. There must be a trap inside, right? Su Yu analyzed it for a while and was convinced that his judgment was correct. He shook his head and shifted his gaze in another direction. Suddenly, not far from this hall, they discovered another seemingly ordinary side hall. There were no guards at the entrance of the side hall, and the doors were wide open. However, the meticulous Su Yu discovered that the nearby patrolling guards had used an ingenious route to encircle the side palace. He silently observed for a while and found that there were a total of 13 powerful guards in the palace complex. However, there were 2 places that they had to pass by during their patrol. One was the central palace, and the other was the inconspicuous side palace. It was such a slight anomaly that no one else would have noticed it. Only a meticulous and patient person, like Su Yu, would have noticed it. Is the most dangerous place the safest place? Su Yu had a playful smile on his face as he quietly snuck into the ordinary side palace. The furnishings in the side hall were very simple, and there was nothing unusual about it. Su Yu tapped his cheek with a finger, and a 9-colored butterfly flashed past. Su Yu's vision suddenly became strange, and everything that he saw became colorful. Looking around, Su Yu's gaze suddenly fixed on a tea table on a desk. On the tea table, there was an empty teacup that had not been put away in time, and there were still remnants of tea leaves in it. However, in Su Yu's eyes, the color of the tea leaves was light blue. Su Yu's pupils shrank. It should be known that the broken love flute that was enveloped by the giant python formed by the power of heaven and earth was only dark blue in color. The light blue color in front of him was enough to show that the grade of the teacup was much higher than the broken love flute. The broken love flute should be a fairy artifact, so the teacup should be a Tao artifact, right? Could it be Xia Xiaoya's Tao artifact? Su Yu thought to himself, but immediately shook his head. It shouldn't be. How could a path master leave a Tao artifact behind when he was about to participate in a great battle? He stepped forward and examined the teacup. After confirming that there were no seals or formations, he used his hand to pick up the tea leaves. As he did so, he found something strange. The teacup was abnormally heavy. He could not lift it with his strength alone. He looked at the tea table again. After careful examination, he found that it was made of the famous heavenly pure Oregon. It was known as the hardest material in the 7 unique civilizations, but it was used to make a tea table. Was the purpose of this teacup? Looking at the ground below the tea table, it was also a huge heavenly pure Oregon. What on earth is this teacup? Su Yu was surprised. With a thought, he transformed into a half-dragon and used the heavenly dragon body. With a physique that was far stronger than a pathmaster's, he forcibly picked up the teacup. Creak! Only then did he manage to pick up the teacup. However, just as it left the tea table, the teacup suddenly turned into grains of sand, scattering all over the ground. What was even more bizarre was that the sand automatically condensed into a snake, quickly drilling into a corner at an astonishing speed. It escaped from the side hall in just a breath's time. Su Yu was surprised. What was that? Space vortex. Fortunately, Suyu reacted quickly. When the snake was about to escape from the side hall and alert the guards outside, he used the power of space to restrain it. However, just as he grabbed it, the sand shattered all over the ground, then turned into a goshawk and fled. Suyu grabbed it again, but before he could touch it, its form changed again. This repeated for a full 36 rounds. Only then did the strange sand run out of energy. It struggled on the ground, but failed to change its form. It lay powerlessly on the ground, motionless. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. His heavenly dragon body almost couldn't deal with this sand. It was incredible. He took out a container and tried to put all the sand in it. However, nothing could contain him. It was easily crushed. Suyu had no choice but to take it along with the heavenly pure, or tea table. After taking away the mysterious sand, Suyu looked around with the vision of Xiao Dai. He found that in the heavily guarded palace, there was a treasure that was emitting a green radiance. He believed that it was a bait to lure the half-path masters. The real treasure was this piece of sand. Having obtained what he wanted, Suyu's eyes flashed as he snuck into the local treasure house. In fact, there weren't many valuable treasures in the treasure house. However, since Suyu had come here, he naturally had to cause a commotion. He appeared in front of the treasure house, openly beat up several martial artists guarding the treasure house, entered it and plundered it clean. All of a sudden, the whole palace was in an uproar. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Loud alarms resounded in every corner of the palace. Many experts gathered from all directions to capture the invading enemies. Suyu's face was calm. He was at ease in the palace. When he passed by a cage in the imperial palace, a thought struck him and he entered it. Most of them were captives from the 7 unique civilizations. What surprised Suyu was that the scene was different from what he had imagined, where the captives had been tortured in various ways. These captives were dressed in clean clothes. Although they looked worried, they didn't seem to be in pain. They didn't seem to have been tortured. This was completely different from the pirates he knew. Take the Sea Wolves pirates, for example. All the people of the 7 unique civilizations who were captured by them were killed on the spot. Those who were valuable were locked up and tortured for all kinds of information. In the end, unless they were returned as hostages, they were all killed cruelly. This was the first time Suyu had seen something like this. "Who are you?" Suyu had blasted 2 half-step path masters into the dungeon with a single punch, which immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. In a solitary cage, a young girl was standing with her hands clasped behind her back. She was sizing him up curiously. Suyu replied briefly, "The second peerless family, Wen Shang." As he spoke, he grabbed the cage and forcefully broke it open. The young girl covered her small mouth, dumbfounded. These cages weren't made of ordinary materials. They were made with heavenly pure ore and 10,000 years black copper. Even path masters couldn't break these cages with their bodies. "What's wrong with this plated bamboo hat man? If you want to go back, then follow me." Suyu turned around and left. The young girl and the others didn't dare to hesitate, and they all followed him. As soon as they left the dungeon, they ran into a group of half-step path masters, who attacked them furiously. Suyu took out the sinful sword and swept it around. The powerful sword energy scared away all the half-step path masters along the way. None of them dared to approach him. The sword energy was so powerful that it could take their lives. Just like that, Suyu swaggered away with a group of half-step path masters who were looking at him with fear and anger. By the time they returned to the civilization they had come from, a day had already passed. Many people came back one after another. "How's your situation?" Suyu asked. Early Dawnflower Lady was elated. She laughed and said, "I burned down the White Sparrow Pirate's lair. His subordinates are probably putting out the fire." The white-clothed sword god chuckled. "What's so great about letting them go? I brought some people with me and turned Zhang Tian's lair upside down. I robbed anyone I saw, and I took all the good stuff I saw. I guess they were so angry that they vomited blood. The rest of the people all had great gains. In any case, the entire Pirate Alliance's lair was in chaos. What about you, Mr. Winshang? The flower lady of the White Sparrow Pirates asked. Suyu chuckled. Compared to you, I didn't do much. All I did was sneak into Xiaoxia's palace and rescue some people in the dungeon. The flower lady of the White Sparrow Sword God and the white-clothed Sword God looked at the group of people behind Suyu. When their gazes swept past the others, they didn't notice anything. However, when they looked at the young girl in the black dress, who had a sweet temperament, they were both stunned. It was as if they had seen this girl before and had some impression of her. The two of them looked at each other and saw a familiar look in each other's eyes. Chapter 2209. What a familiar face. The New Dawn Flower lady looked at the young girl. Have I seen you before? The white-robed Sword God had the same look in his eyes. The young girl in the black dress shook her head lightly and said calmly no. The two of them were puzzled. The New Dawn Flower lady was about to continue asking, when suddenly a series of cracking sounds rang out. It was the Wanzong beast. Leave immediately. So you said, although the top 10 pirates were not in their lair, the leaders of the other small and medium-sized pirates were still there. After all, there were Dao Lords among them. Now that the entire lair was in such a huge commotion, the Pathmasters might have already noticed it. Although hundreds of people had not returned, they could not wait for them. They jumped off the Wanzong beast. Not long after they left, 3 furious auras of the Pathmasters descended upon the civilization. We were robbed. A Pathmaster with a ferocious expression could not believe his eyes. It had always been pirates robbing others, but now they were being robbed by others? To the Pirate Alliance, this was a great humiliation. Inform the top 10 pirates at the front line to return immediately, one of the pirates said calmly. Just 20,000 martial artists had caused great trouble for the lair. If the enemy's army came, wouldn't the lair be destroyed? Meanwhile, in the sky above the second peerless family, after a day of battle, the ground was covered with corpses and severed fingers. Destroyed warships were stuck in the ground. The shock waves caused many of the few precious oases to be in a state of desolation. After the battle, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. The impenetrable dark clouds in the sky had also become sparser. In the sky, the top 10 pirates were fighting against the strong men of the second peerless family. Although the Pirate Alliance was aggressive, the second peerless family was extremely powerful. They were able to resist the attacks of the top 10 pirates. The master of the family, in particular, had displayed shocking strength. A casual strike from him could threaten the lives of the pirate leaders. Many of the pirate leaders were trembling with fear. It was not easy to become the master of the family. Fortunately, Xiaoxiaya was among the pirate leaders. Her strength was equally terrifying, and she was evenly matched with the Pajuan Emperor. It was thanks to her that the Pajuan Emperor was suppressed, and the pirates did not show any signs of defeat. But in the long run, other than increasing the number of casualties, there was no better result. Therefore, after fighting for a while, Xiaoxiaya pushed Emperor defeating armies away with one palm and said indifferently, "Stop." The 9 pirates unwillingly retreated and returned to Xiaoxiaya's side. They could also see that it was impossible to kill Emperor Pajun. This person had concealed a large portion of his strength. He was much more powerful than the rumors said. They looked down and saw that the people of the second, most powerful family had suffered heavy casualties. They let out sighs of relief, although they didn't manage to kill Emperor Pajun. More than half of the experts of the second peerless clan had died. They wouldn't be able to recover in the next few thousand years. In this way, it could be considered as revenge. Second peerless family, this isn't over yet. Be careful. Xiaoxiaya threatened faintly and ordered her pirates to retreat. The other pirate leaders ordered their men to leave. At that moment, the 10 pirate leaders received urgent messages at the same time. At a glance, the expressions of the 10 pirate leaders changed drastically. All of them raised their heads and glared fiercely at Emperor Pajun. Emperor Pajun, you win. They had mistakenly thought that Su Yu's group had been sent by Emperor Pajun. Emperor Pajun. His words confused him. Looking at the pirates retreating, his heart was filled with shock and doubt. Master, should we chase after them? The beautiful woman in the palace gown floated over. She was suppressing the injuries on her body as she asked reluctantly. Emperor Pajun, fear appeared in his eyes. With Xia Xiaoya around, we won't be able to get anything out of this. The beautiful woman in the palace gown said reluctantly. According to the plan, the current master should have revealed his hidden strength. He should have been able to capture all 10 pirates in one go. Who would have thought that Xia Xiaoya would have hidden her strength so deeply? All along Emperor Pajun, among the masters of the 7 great families, his strength had always been at the bottom. He had always kept a low profile. That was because he had deliberately hidden his strength so that one day he would be able to give his enemies an unexpected enemy. However, he hadn't expected that his enemy would also hide his strength. I'm afraid it won't be a day's work to annihilate the pirates. The beautiful woman in the palace gown paused for a moment, then said, But master, what did their last sentence mean? They seemed to have retreated in a hurry after receiving the message. Could it be that master has other plans? No. Emperor Pajun was also very confused about this matter. Filled with doubts, they all returned to the 2nd peerless family to deal with the aftermath. How is the battle? Emperor Pajun asked King Greedy Wolf, who was calculating the situation. The latter's expression was gloomy as he said in a low voice, 3 million casualties. Only 3 million casualties was a drop in the ocean for the 2nd peerless family. Just this? Emperor Pajun, King Greedy Wolf, said, I'm talking about those above the emperor level. There is no need to calculate the casualties of those below. What he meant was that those who hadn't reached the emperor level were dead and not worthy of attention. Emperor Pajun, hearing this, his expression darkened. 3 million. That was almost half of the experts of the 2nd peerless family. The 2nd peerless family's casualties had exceeded their bottom line. If they wanted to recover in the future, it would be impossible without hundreds or thousands of years of rest. In this battle, the 2nd peerless family's casualties were too great. Not only were they gloomy, but the martial practitioners who had luckily survived were also sad and indignant. The Pirate Alliance had dealt a devastating blow to the 2nd peerless family. The 2nd peerless family was enveloped in an oppressive gloominess. Emperor Pajun gathered the survivors. For this battle, there will be rewards and punishment. Half a day later, in the 2nd peerless family's mansion, Emperor Pajun looked around at the remaining 15 half-step Dao Lords. Their strength was at the peak of the half-step Dao Lords, and every one of them controlled an armed force. Before the battle, there had been 30 of them. Now there were only 15. Chun Sheng killed 30,000 enemies. First-class merit. Wen Qian killed 20,000 enemies. First-class merit. Emperor Pajun rewarded them according to their accomplishments. However, no one present could laugh. How could they be proud after such a devastating blow to the 2nd peerless family? When all 15 of them had been rewarded, Emperor Pajun, he rubbed his forehead wearily and waved his hand. Go and receive your rewards. Everyone lowered their heads and walked out in low spirits. At this moment, a servant suddenly reported from outside the hall. Patriarch Dawnflower Maiden requests an audience. Emperor Pajun. He didn't even open his eyes. I won't see her. As a member of a branch family, although her talent was passable and he had taken a liking to her, he really didn't want to see her right now. Patriarch Dawnflower Maiden says that she has something very important to discuss with you. She said that she just returned from the Pirate Alliance's base. Emperor Pajun, what nonsense is she talking about? Did she know what kind of place the Pirate Alliance's base was? Did she know where it was? It's absolutely true. Young Master Wenshang, the white-robed sword god, and more than 20,000 other cultivators came with her. Moreover, they brought back a large amount of spoils of war. Emperor Pajun was stunned. Those who hadn't left yet were just as stunned. It couldn't be true, could it? The greedy wolf king frowned deeply. I remember that they fled at the last moment. How could they have run to the Pirate Alliance's base? What a load of nonsense. In truth, he was a little convinced. He just didn't want to admit it. They had fought the pirates here and suffered heavy casualties. But young Master Wenshang had led a mere 20,000 people to rob the Pirate Alliance. In comparison, his young master's performance was rather pathetic. He really didn't like the feeling of being trampled on. Emperor Pajun had other thoughts. He probably wouldn't believe it if others said that he had killed his way into the Pirate Alliance. However, Dawnflower Maiden was a member of his family. She definitely wouldn't dare to lie to him about such a big matter. "Let them in," Emperor Pajun said in a deep voice after thinking for a moment. The people who were about to leave couldn't help but stop in their tracks and watch from the side. Soon, under the guidance of the servants, they all entered. More than 19,000 people stood upright with proud expressions on their faces. Emperor Pajun, tell me again, where did you come from?" Dawnflower Maiden smiled proudly. "Patriarch, we just robbed the pirate's base." Hearing this, everyone present looked over and whispered to each other. The greedy Wolf King had a cold expression as he said indifferently, "Don't tell me that you ambushed a small pirate near the pirate's base and claimed to have robbed the entire pirate's base." He was absolutely unwilling to admit that their 20,000 people could do something that he didn't even dare to think about. Emperor Pajun smiled and said, "You claim to have robbed the pirate's base. You should have brought back some things, right?" "Of course." Dawnflower Maiden smiled proudly and glanced at the greedy Wolf King with a mocking gaze. The greedy Wolf King had suppressed the branches of the aristocratic families many times. Now that she had made a great contribution, it was like slapping the greedy Wolf King in the face. She took out a portable cavern world and poured out the things inside. Huge ships unique to the White Sparrow pirates were floating in the air above the prince's mansion. These are the main warships of the White Sparrow pirates. There are a total of 10 warships. Why are they all here? Oh my God! Don't tell me they really robbed the Pirate Alliance's base? Everyone present was shocked. Emperor Pajun, his pupils constricted, but his eyes were filled with joy. He said, "Where are the others? You can't be the only one who succeeded, right?" "Haha, I am untalented, but I also plundered some things. Please have a look, Patriarch." The white-robed sword god also took out a portable cavern world and poured out a dense amount of storage devices. There were hundreds of thousands of them. The storage devices of Dao Master Zhang Tiandao's subordinates? Only sovereigns of heaven and earth would be rewarded with this. There are more than 300,000 of them. How many people did you rob? With Dawnflower Maiden and the white-robed sword god taking the lead, the rest of the martial artists proudly took out their spoils. Chapter 2210. All of them belonged to the Pirate Alliance. In total, more than 30% of the Pirate Alliance's lair had been looted. Seeing this, the Pajuan Emperor's gloomy face finally lit up with joy. "Ha ha ha, well done. You've really given this patriarch a pleasant surprise." He suddenly recalled the words that the pirate leaders had said before they left. Now he suddenly realized what they had said. It turned out that the pirate leaders had mistakenly thought that he was a diversion and had sent people to raid their lair. The Pirate Alliance had come to take revenge on the second Peerless family, and the second Peerless family had raided their lair. The Pajuan Emperor was in a good mood. He stepped forward and patted the shoulders of the flower lady and the white-clothed sword god. You two have done a great job. I will reward you handsomely." The two of them were overjoyed. How could they, who had been ignored, have such a day come? However, although they wanted to take the credit for themselves, how could they dare to hide it in front of so many people? There were nearly 20,000 people who knew the details. Moreover, Winshang was their leader. If they dared to take the credit for themselves so openly, they would probably be exposed on the spot and end up in an embarrassing situation. Thus, despite her reluctance, Morning Flower Lady had no choice but to reveal the details. "Patriarch, I was only following orders during this mission." The white-clothed sword god hurriedly said, "Yes, we had an expert to guide us." The Pajuan Emperor was surprised. "Expert? Who?" The Flower Lady and the white-clothed sword god looked at Suyu and said, "It was this young Master Winshang, who has incredible foresight." Winshang? The Pajuan Emperor was slightly surprised. How could he not have heard of young Master Winshang in Tianxing City? Recently, his name could be said to be known by everyone. There were rumors everywhere that a peerless genius had appeared in the city. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he was also resourceful. Moreover, he had been organizing a large number of martial artists to train against the pirates. However, the Pajuan Emperor had only heard about it and was not concerned about it. He had seen too many geniuses, and the one in front of him was not worthy of his observation. He had never expected that he would appear in front of him with such an identity. It was really unexpected. "Young Master Winshang, can you tell me your specific plan?" The Pajuan Emperor asked with great interest. Suyu was neither servile nor overbearing, and he simply recounted what had happened. His plan sounded ridiculous and had no chance of success. But among the many plans, there were also many exquisite little plans that allowed things that seemed impossible to succeed to be successfully implemented in the end. After listening to him, the Pajuan Emperor looked at Suyu in disbelief. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was not facing a young man who was only 100 years old, but an old monster of the same generation as him. Deeply surprised, he looked at his son, Greed King. The greedy Wolf King was considered smart among his peers, but compared to young Master Winshang of the same age, there was an insurmountable gap. At the very least, his son had never thought of robbing the Pirate Alliance. He looked at Suyu as if he was looking at a rising star. If there were no accidents, his achievements in the future would be shocking. Seeing his father's expression, the greedy Wolf King's heart sank bit by bit. He stared at Suyu and said, "Since you were the one who organized this operation, it can't be that everyone else got something, but you got nothing, right?" Hearing this, everyone was filled with anticipation. As the planner of the operation, he should be able to plunder more things. Suyu shook his head lightly and said, "I robbed Xiaoxiao's pirates, but it's a pity that there was an ambush inside, so I couldn't plunder much." He casually took out a space storage device and poured out the things inside. What caught his eye was a dazzling array of various resources. The number was innumerable, and it was probably not much less than everyone else's combined. Seeing this scene, everyone present could not help but be dumbfounded. Did he empty Xiaoxiao's entire treasure house? The greedy Wolf King's eyelids twitched slightly, and he shut his mouth tightly, the expression in his eyes changing constantly. The Pajuan Emperor was overjoyed, and he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Xiaoxiao will probably die of anger when she returns." He had gone to take revenge, but his lair had been turned upside down, and even the treasure house had been emptied. Suyu said, "It's nothing much. By the way, I also rescued some people. They should be captives from the 7 great families." He waved his hand and asked everyone to come forward. The Pajuan Emperor looked at them and nodded slightly. "Yes, they are indeed captives from the 7 great families. Hee, if we return them, the other 6 great families will owe us another favor." Suddenly, the Pajuan Emperor saw a young lady in a black dress, and his eyes froze for a moment. That young lady looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he could not recall where. After a moment of doubt, he stopped thinking about it. Perhaps she was a child of one of the great families, and he had seen her by accident. He looked at Su Yu with great interest and laughed loudly. Mr. Wenshang's strength is astonishing, and his wisdom is unparalleled. He is indeed a dragon among men. Come, let's set up a banquet to welcome Mr. Wenshang and the other meritorious officials. The originally gloomy prince's mansion was instantly enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. The whole Heavenly Star City was also crazily spreading a piece of exciting news. The people of the second peerless family had taken advantage of the battle between the two armies to plunder the pirate alliance. For them, who were full of grievances, this was undoubtedly exciting news that could wipe away their previous humiliation. All of a sudden, the whole city celebrated. In the prince's mansion, the Pajuan emperor personally invited Su Yu, the flower lady, and the white-clothed sword god to a banquet. On behalf of the second peerless family, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you. The Pajuan emperor was in a good mood. After tomorrow, the news would spread throughout the entire 7 unique civilizations. Not only did the second peerless family resist the fierce revenge of the pirate alliance, but they also secretly emptied the nest of the pirate alliance. When this news spread, the reputation of the second peerless family would be greatly boosted. Su Yu said, as a member of the second peerless family, this is what we should do. Seeing Su Yu being so modest, the Pajuan emperor had a better impression of him, and he raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. However, from the corner of his eye, he found that his son's face was expressionless, and the wine cup in front of him was not moved at all. Greedy wolf, why don't you propose a toast to Mr. Wenshang? The Pajuan emperor was slightly displeased. The greedy wolf king nodded, picked up his wine cup, and silently toasted Su Yu. Then he drank it himself, stood up, and said, Father, the aftermath of the battle cannot be done without people. I will go and preside over it. After saying that, he nodded slightly to the crowd and left calmly. Although he did not show it on the surface, his actions were enough to show his mood. Mr. Wenshang, please enjoy your drink. I will take my leave now. The extremely beautiful Shui Mengfiu smiled at Su Yu and also stood up to leave. Su Yu had already heard about this exceptionally beautiful woman from the flower lady Chuchin. She was the heir of the 6th peerless family, and the only peerless fairy in the 7 unique civilizations who could compare to Bai Yun Hongxian. Not only did she have a high status, but she was also extremely powerful. Moreover, she had a good relationship with the greedy wolf king since they were young, and they often played in the palace of the 2nd peerless family. The two of them could be considered childhood sweethearts. The 2nd peerless family and the 6th peerless family were trying to matchmake the two of them. More importantly, the proud greedy wolf king was very concerned about Shui Mengfiu, and the latter was also very concerned about the greedy wolf king. Although Shui Mengfiu was not married yet, she could already be considered half a daughter-in-law of the 2nd peerless family. Since they were husband and wife, she would naturally follow the greedy wolf king. She would also reject whoever the greedy wolf king hated. Of course, to Su Yu, Shui Mengfiu was not worth mentioning, and he had never even looked at her. He did not need to care about her attitude at all. My son was rude, and I have embarrassed myself in front of you, the Pajuan emperor said apologetically. Su Yu said, it doesn't matter. You didn't do anything wrong. The Pajuan emperor sighed, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Young Master Wenshang is very intelligent. Would you like to stay in the palace? Su Yu replied without hesitation, My abilities are limited, and I'm afraid that I will disappoint you. You are too modest. With your intelligence, you can take on any position, the Pajuan emperor said. Su Yu refused again. Seeing this, the Pajuan emperor said, You can think about it again. As long as you are willing to stay, I will definitely put you in an important position. The banquet ended just like that. When the Pajuan emperor returned to the backyard, he saw that the greedy wolf king was cultivating in the yard, and Shui Mengfiu was watching from the side. Miss Shui Mengfiu, I have something to say to the greedy Wolf King. You should go back to your room and rest first. Xue Mengfiyu nodded obediently, then left with light steps. After she left, the greedy Wolf King said calmly, If you want to talk about Wenshang, then don't. Humph. Unexpectedly, the Pejuan Emperor's face became gloomy. Useless thing. As he spoke, he stepped forward and slapped the greedy Wolf King. The greedy Wolf King wanted to dodge, but could he? He was slapped squarely, and he spun on the spot, then fell to the ground. Father, are you going to teach me a lesson for an outsider? The greedy Wolf King's eyes were filled with deep hatred. He was already furious that he had been trampled by Suyu. So how could he feel good if he was implicated because of Suyu? I am not teaching you a lesson for an outsider, but for yourself, the Pejuan Emperor said coldly. I have taught you again and again that you should not show your emotions. But you are giving me a hard time before you even spoke 3 sentences. How could the second most powerful family be entrusted to someone like you who is so unsophisticated? The greedy Wolf King only calmed down after being scolded repeatedly. His previous behavior was indeed not befitting of a family successor. I have disobeyed father's teachings. The greedy Wolf King admitted his mistake. Seeing that the greedy Wolf King had admitted his mistake, the Pejuan Emperor's face softened, and he said, Besides your temperament, do you know what else you have done wrong? The greedy Wolf King thought for a moment, then said, I should not have competed with Wenshang. That's right, the Pejuan Emperor said. What is your identity? What is his identity? The greedy Wolf King pondered, and he gradually understood. You are the young master of the second most powerful family, the future successor of the family. What about Wenshang? You are just a subject of the second most powerful family. In the future, he is destined to crawl at your feet and work for you. But you have lowered yourself to compete with such a person. Don't you think it is ridiculous? The greedy Wolf King's gloomy mood suddenly improved. Indeed, no matter how outstanding Wenshang was, he was still a person who had to serve him. Chapter 22:11. Why should he be angry with such a person? You should think of a way to win over Wenshang and make him a talent that you can control, a stepping stone for you to reach the pinnacle, instead of fighting against him like you are now. After hearing this, the greedy Wolf King lowered his head, the gloominess on his face gone, and he said, I understand. Then, I don't need to tell you what to do next, do I? I already have an idea. After leaving the banquet, Suyu returned to the inn. After isolating the space, he took out a handful of sand and placed it in his palm. Because it was too heavy, Suyu did not dare to put it on the ground. Otherwise, the ground would collapse. Is this a material or some kind of treasure? Suyu thought back to the fact that it could freely change into various forms. It should be the latter. Since it was a treasure, it should be possible to refine it. He tried to drip a drop of blood on it. However, these grains of sand were very intelligent and scattered, avoiding the blood essence. You don't want to be refined? Suyu smiled and used the power of space to stop them from moving. Then he tried to drip a drop of blood on it again. However, these grains of sand started to spin on their own, blocking the essence, blood outside. He tried several times, but a lot of blood was wasted, and he could not refine it. Finally, he dripped a drop of blood on the sand, but it was forced out by the sand. After a few tries, Suyu stopped and said to himself, I'm afraid ordinary methods will not be able to refine it. If it could be refined, Xiaxiaya would have done it long ago, and Suyu would not have been able to take it away. If even the Pathmaster could not do anything about it, then he could only try another method. After thinking for a while, Suyu took out a grain of world destruction dust. Suyu threw the world destroying dust into the same pile of sand. In the end, a slightly surprising scene appeared. The restless sand seemed to have found a master. Not only did it not repel the world destruction dust, but it actively gathered around it. Really? Suyu was slightly surprised. Was there any connection between the sand and the world destruction dust? As he pondered, Suyu dripped a drop of blood on it, but it was not to refine the sand, but to refine the world destruction dust. Since the sand was mainly based on the world destruction dust, wouldn't refining the world destruction dust mean that he could indirectly control the sand? After a long while, the refinement was completed. Suyu was filled with anticipation as he gently drew a line in the air with his finger. The world destroyer dust moved like an extension of his arm. The sand attached to it also followed the trajectory of the apocalypse dust, forming a stick made of sand in the air. Suyu held it in his hand. With the existence of the world-destroying dust, the weight of this rod was immeasurable. At the very least, it could destroy a 5-star civilization with a single strike. If combined with the powerful body of the heavenly dragon body, even a Taoist master would be smashed to death with a single strike. He just didn't know if it would be effective against powerful Tao masters like Golden-Eyed Gentleman, Xia Xiaoye, and Emperor-defeating army. Of course, the sand wasn't limited to condensing into sticks. Their greatest use was that they could change their forms at will. In other words, Suyu possessed a magical treasure that could change its form at will. Coupled with the weight of the world-destroying dust, one could imagine its power. After spending an entire night, he finally managed to deal with the sand. Dong dong. Just as Suyu was about to enter a state of cultivation, someone knocked on the door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Morning Flower Girl and the white-robed sword god. Haha, young Master Wenshang, are you free today? Let's go out for a gathering. The white-robed sword god said. Suyu had never liked socializing, but now, what he wanted most was to socialize. Sure. Morning Flower Girl smiled. We've booked a private room at the Tai-Bai Tower. There's a mysterious person waiting for you there. Mysterious person? Suyu's eyes turned slightly. Not long after, at the Tai-Bai Tower, when he opened the door, he saw the greedy Wolf King. Shui Mengfiyu was accompanying him. Changing his attitude from the day before, the greedy Wolf King stood up and walked to the door to welcome Suyu enthusiastically. He said, Young Master Wenshang, please forgive us for our poor hospitality yesterday. Shui Mengfiyu also walked over and said softly, Young Master Wenshang, how are you doing? Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. These two people's attitudes were completely different from the day before. It's all right, Suyu said magnanimously. Behind him, Morning Flower Girl and the white-robed sword god heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Suyu didn't fling his sleeves and leave on the spot. Last night, the greedy Wolf King had found the two of them, hoping that they could ask Suyu out on his behalf. They had wanted to refuse, but the young master's orders were beyond their control. Fortunately, Suyu was magnanimous and did not mind the greedy Wolf King's rude behavior the day before. Young Master Wenshang, please take a seat. The greedy Wolf King was extremely polite. Suyu politely sat down and said, The young master invited me here. If there's anything important, please speak frankly. The greedy Wolf King smiled. Young Master Wenshang has made great contributions to the second peerless family. As the young master, it is only right for me to express my gratitude. Brother Wenshang, do not worry. Winning someone over was not something that could be done in a day. The most important thing now was to ease his relationship with young Master Wenshang. Suyu laughed lightly. Young Master, you're too kind. I'm just doing my best. Besides, I only came up with an idea. The real credit should go to those who contributed. Hearing that Suyu did not mind, the greedy Wolf King was relieved. The rest of the banquet was unusually relaxed. When the banquet came to an end, Morning Flower Girl and the white-robed sword god tactfully left. The main guest of the banquet was Suyu. After the banquet, the young master would probably have something to say to Suyu that he did not want outsiders to hear. Finally, only the three of them were left. Brother Wenshang, wait a moment. I've prepared a gift for you. I'll bring it over now. The greedy Wolf King laughed and left. Only Suyu and Shui Mengfiyu were left in the room. The two of them were not familiar with each other, and they did not have a common topic. Shui Mengfiyu pursed her lips and raised her wine, cup to toast Suyu. Young Master Wenshang, let me toast you. Thank you. Suyu raised his wine cup, clinked it with hers, and drank it in one gulp. Perhaps to ease the awkwardness, Shui Mengfeiyu took the initiative to start a conversation. Young Master, you're so intelligent that even the family master praised you. You flatter me. I'm not that outstanding. Shui Mengfeiyu smiled lightly. You're the one who's too humble. After thinking for a moment, Shui Mengfeiyu said, I have a presumptuous request. Tell me about it. Suyu looked into her bright eyes and said calmly. Shui Mengfeiyu said, I once found a remnant of a book written with strange words in a relic. I've been studying it for many years, but I still can't figure it out. I wonder if young Master Wenshang could explain it to me? Words? Suyu is most proficient in all kinds of words, right? I don't know much about words, so I only know a thing or two. If Miss Shui-Meng trusts me, please let me have a look at the remnant of the book. Shui Mengfeiyu nodded and handed over the remnant of the book. Suyu glanced at it and was surprised to find that the remnant of the book was written with the words of the wordless heavenly book. Moreover, the content of the book was very complicated. Young Master, do you understand it? A fragrant breeze blew over. It was simple and refreshing, and it made one feel relaxed and happy. Suyu raised his head and saw that Shui Mengfeiyu had sat down. She was stretching her upper body forward, and her beautiful face was almost touching his. Her bright eyes stared unblinkingly at the letter, hoping that Suyu would say something. Suyu moved slightly to the side and said calmly, I know a little. This should be a cultivation technique written with the wordless heavenly book. It's called the Heaven-Devouring 18-character scripture. It seems like it's only the preface of the cultivation technique. It doesn't have any actual content, so it's not very useful. You know the words of the heavenly book? Shui Mengfeiyu asked in surprise. I know a thing or two. Suyu nodded. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and realized that something was amiss. First, Shui Mengfeiyu knew that this was the words of the heavenly book. Second, she wasn't surprised by what the remnant of the book was. In other words, she already knew what the contents of the remnant of the book were. So, why did she deliberately show it to him? At that moment, Suyu was extremely cautious. Almost at the same time, Shui Mengfeiyu's eyes became unfathomable. That's great. It seems like I've found something good for Brother Jingyan. As soon as she finished speaking, Suyu felt an extreme coldness on his back. Her hands, which were hidden behind her back, had unsheathed the white jade bottle. The liquid inside was poured out and sprinkled on Suyu's body. Suyu, who was caught off guard, was instantly frozen. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Through the ice, Suyu could see Suyu's shock, confusion. It was as if he was asking why. Shui Mengfeiyu smiled and touched Suyu's head. She smiled calmly like before. However, there was an additional tinge of shrewdness in her smile. Do you know? I had wanted to make you evaporate and kill two birds with one stone. However, seeing that you will be of help to Brother Jingyan, I will spare your life. Shui Mengfeiyu exhaled as she spoke. Her eyes were filled with an unsettling evilness. You must be very confused. However, you will understand very soon. Just watch. After saying that, Shui Mengfeiyu took off her purple girdle. Her snow-white dress immediately loosened, revealing a faintly discernible red bra. It was an alluring sight. Then, she messed up her hair and scratched her wrists, leaving two bright red marks on them. At first glance, she looked like a woman who had been violated. When she heard the footsteps of the greedy wolf king returning, Shui Mengfeiyu's calm smile immediately turned into a look of fear and misery. She even pretended to be on the verge of tears. She covered her chest and curled up in a corner, sobbing. The greedy wolf king walked in with a smile on his face, holding a long sword that had been forged. In the end, what he saw was the scene before him. He was stunned for 3 breaths' time. Then he threw down the long sword and ran in front of Shuemeng Feiyu. He looked at her, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It was obvious that he was extremely nervous. Feiyu, what happened? He looked at the 2 clear marks on Shuemeng Feiyu's wrists. Then he looked at her messy clothes and messy hair. His heart sank. Chapter 22:12. Seeing that she was avoiding his gaze, unwilling to tell the truth, the greedy Wolf King's heart sank. Mr. Winshang must have violated Shuemeng Feiyu while he was away. However, Shuemeng Feiyu did not want to affect his plan to recruit Mr. Winshang, so she said that she was fine. But how could she be fine? At this moment, the greedy Wolf King felt as if his chest was about to explode, and his heart was riddled with holes. His face was gradually covered in ice, and his facial features twisted rapidly, becoming extremely ferocious. Winshang! He turned his head abruptly, like a man-eating beast, and stared at Su Yu fiercely. I want to tear you into pieces. However, just as he was about to rush over, Shuemeng Feiyu hugged him from behind and said, Greedy Wolf, don't do this. If anything happens to Winshang, the master will not let you off easily. No. Care. The greedy Wolf King fell into a boundless rage. His woman had been tainted by another man. He could not forgive that. I only want him to die. The greedy Wolf King roared and pounced over. However, Shuemeng Feiyu took out a 3-pattern pill and said, If you really want to kill him, then I will die too. Hearing this, the greedy Wolf King turned around and grabbed her hand. Are you crazy? Shuemeng Feiyu cried. I don't want you to be harmed because of me. The greedy Wolf King snorted angrily. He snatched the 3-colored pill from her hand and said, Don't mess around. Wait until I kill him. Then I will explain to my father that he has violated your purity. He deserves to die. As for the 3-colored pill in his hand, the greedy Wolf King crushed it. However, the moment he crushed it, something strange happened. A ball of strange, 3-colored smoke shot out from the pill. The smoke adhered to the surface of the greedy Wolf King's body and quickly drilled into it. The greedy Wolf King was shocked and said, What pill is this? Of course, it was specially prepared for you. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Then he felt a chill on his back, and his body quickly froze. In the end, apart from his head, his entire body was frozen in ice, unable to move. Only his lips could open to speak. Flying Rain, why are you doing this to me? Greedy Wolf King was furious. Betraying a loved one was far more painful and unacceptable than any other kind of pain. Then what do you think you have that is worthy of me dealing with? Shuemeng Feiyu calmly picked up the belt on the ground and put it on. At the same time, she elegantly combed her messy hair. At this moment, how could he not understand that Winshang had never violated Shuemeng Feiyu? She had directed and acted all by herself. The greedy Wolf King was incomparably furious as he roared, Do you want my luck? Shuemeng Feiyu laughed lightly. It's not me, it's Big Brother Jingyin. Big Brother Jingyin? The greedy Wolf King was taken aback for a moment before his anger flared up. Are you talking about human Jingyin? Shuemeng Feiyu's eyes were filled with affection. Who else could it be? Rin Jingyin, the successor of the 7th peerless family. He was known as the #1 half-step Tao Lord. His strength was #1 in his generation. You want to steal my luck for him? The greedy Wolf King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he vaguely understood something. Shuemeng Feiyu calmly looked at the greedy Wolf King with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Do you really think that Shuemeng Feiyu, will fall for you? Or do you think that you have an advantage over Big Brother Jingyin? Shuemeng Feiyu no longer concealed her disdain for the greedy Wolf King. Just because you can't control your temper? Just because you think that you're in love with me? Just because of your mediocre strength? To be honest, we're both successors of the 7 peerless families, but you're not even worthy of carrying Big Brother Jinyan's shoes. It turned out that the greedy Wolf King's childhood sweetheart had already fallen in love with someone else. Initially, I didn't want to have anything to do with you after I met Big Brother Jinyan. But who asked Big Brother Jinyan to say that your luck is very good? Xue Mengfeiyu's eyes were filled with infatuation. So, I can only continue to endure the humiliation and steal your luck for Big Brother Jinyan. The greedy Wolf King trembled with anger when he heard her confession, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Ah, bitch, bitch, bitch. He raised his head and shouted bitch 3 times to vent the anger in his heart. He had treated Xue Mengfeiyu with all his heart, but what did he get in return? It was a complete and utter betrayal. From the very beginning, Xue Mengfeiyu had been lying to him. Every time she cared for him, every time she smiled at him, every time she was intimate with him, it was all fake. Her heart was filled with another man. The greedy Wolf King's heart was about to collapse, and he roared with bloodshot eyes. Bitch, you want to steal my luck? It's not that easy. If something like luck could really be stolen, then he wouldn't have been able to live until now. Xue Mengfeiyu laughed mockingly. Are you still dreaming now? Do you think that your luck will save you when you're in danger? Do you think that I've been by your side all these years without doing anything? I've long since understood your so-called luck thoroughly. Xue Mengfeiyu said, your so-called luck is actually a pearl left behind by the Luck Dao Lord in your body, right? It contains the luck domain of the Luck Dao Lord. Once you're in danger, it will automatically activate and resolve the problem for you. Occasionally, when it's activated, it will even bring you heaven-defying luck, right? The greedy Wolf King gritted his teeth. He hadn't been on his guard against Xue Mengfeiyu all these years. Even though he hadn't intentionally revealed the secret of his luck, she had still deduced it. Bitch! The greedy Wolf King gnashed his teeth with hatred. Xue Mengfeiyu was indifferent. Curse all you want. In any case, you'll be dead soon. Her words were filled with deep ruthlessness. Don't try to use your luck to save you. That pill from before was a treasure that 5 Dao Lords had worked together to refine for over 100 years. Once you come into contact with it, the pill's energy will enter your body and conceal the pearl. So you have nothing now. Xue Mengfeiyu had put in a lot of effort to wait for this day. I wanted to observe for a while longer to make sure that nothing went wrong before taking action. Unfortunately, Big Brother Jinyan said that something big has happened recently. It might be very dangerous there, and I need some luck. So, I can only take action in advance. Xue Mengfeiyu took out an ice blade and walked in front of the greedy Wolf King. She raised the ice blade and slashed at the greedy Wolf King's abdomen. She said indifferently, "Don't blame me for being ruthless. Who asked Big Brother Jinyan to like your luck?" She had a morbid look on her face as she slashed down with the blade. Ah! The greedy Wolf King let out a shrill cry. A gash appeared on his abdomen, and blood flowed out. If he suffered another slash, his inner world would be split open. At that time, he would become a cripple. At the critical moment, the greedy Wolf King suddenly bit his tongue and spat out a mist of blood. The mist of blood weaved into a blood net in front of him and blocked Xue Mengfeiyu's second slash. His face was ferocious, and his mouth was filled with hatred and venom. Bastard couple, you want to steal my luck? Dream on. All of a sudden, a thunderous sound came from his abdomen. Then a misty, illusory, fist-sized pearl flew out from his abdomen. With a pop, it entered Su Yu's abdomen. Xue Mengfeiyu was stunned and frowned slightly. What was the point of this? She was just cutting open another person's abdomen. Bitch! Just as you said, there is something about the Taoist pearl of the Master of Luck that you have yet to fully understand. That is, he can choose his master a second time. Moreover, if you take it out again after the second time, it will disappear immediately. Hearing that, Xue Mengfeiyu's face turned grave. Ha ha ha, bitch, you won't get anything. Her years of hard work had gone up in smoke in an instant. Even if she cut open Suyu's abdomen, she would only get a useless Taoist pearl that had lost its power. I don't believe it. Xuan Mengfeiyu carried the ice blade and came before Suyu. She slashed down with the blade indignantly. Unexpectedly, before the blade could land, the frozen Suyu suddenly spoke. I am afraid of pain. Please don't cut me. What? Xuan Mengfeiyu was taken aback by Suyu's sudden words. Even a path master might not be able to break free from the frozen state just now. Sensing that something was amiss, Xuan Mengfeiyu's blade slashed down even faster. However, at that moment, a layer of strange sand flowed out from the surface of Suyu's body, adhering to the surface of his body. The ice blade slashed down, but Suyu was not harmed in the slightest. Instead, the sand was squeezing out, causing the ice that had frozen Suyu to explode. Xuan Mengfeiyu's expression changed greatly. She had heard that Suyu was quite powerful, and she might not be a match for him. Seeing that Suyu was about to break free, she immediately took out a jade bottle and poured out a large amount of water droplets, intending to freeze Suyu once again. However, a wall of sand immediately appeared in front of Suyu, blocking the water droplets outside. Xuan Mengfeiyu was flustered. Suyu had removed the frozen state on his own, causing her to be in a disadvantageous position. Seeing that she could not do anything, she could only give up bitterly. Turning around, she leaped into the air to escape. Leave? Who gave you permission? Suyu smiled indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the sand condensed into a rod. He leaped into the air and struck Xuan Mengfeiyu down from the air with the rod. Crack! Crack! Cracking sounds could be heard from the surface of her body. All of the top-grade defensive treasures on her body had been crushed. Even the fairy embryo of a doctrine artifact can be shattered. How is this possible? Xuan Mengfeiyu screamed miserably as she fell to the ground. Looking at the shattered belt on his waist, he shrieked in disbelief. How could she have known that the rod contained a speck of world destruction dust? Unless it was a top-grade fairy embryo of a doctrine artifact, it was rare for it not to be shattered. The rod had also severely injured Xuan Mengfeiyu. She was lying on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Her limbs were twitching, but she could not move at all. She was severely injured. Suyu cast a seal and sealed Xuan Mengfeiyu. Then he threw her into a storage space. Tanlang, who was sealed in ice, looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Evil will be punished. Evil will be punished. Even a B*TSH would have such a day. Seeing Xuan Mengfeiyu's fate, he could not help but applaud. He said, Wenshang, bring me back quickly. I will reward you handsomely. He was very glad that he had encountered the powerful Wenshang. Otherwise, he would have been killed by that B*TSH. Go back? Back to the Pirate Alliance? All right. However, Suyu said something that made the Tanlang King's limbs turn cold. In the future, if he missed any updates, he would be compensated with 5 updates. Chapter 2213. The greedy Wolf King stared at Suyu, his mind buzzing. He stammered, Are you from the Pirate Alliance? Suyu smiled without saying a word. Looking at Suyu's smile, the greedy Wolf King's heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. At the same time, many of the unexplainable questions in the past suddenly became clear. Why did such a talented and intelligent Heaven's favorite suddenly appear in the second, most powerful family? Why did he coincidentally appear at the observatory and defeat the pirate vice-captain? How did he know the location of the pirates' newest lair and lead everyone to plunder it? Because he was a member of the Pirate Alliance. Everything she had done had only one goal, and that was to get close to him. A trace of self-deprecation flashed across the corners of Greedy Wolf King's mouth. I admit defeat. He was thoroughly convinced by such an exquisite setup. However, I would like to know, how will you deal with this bitch? The greedy Wolf King had already accepted his fate after falling into the hands of the Pirate Alliance. The one who was most unwilling to accept this was Snow Dream Flying Rain, who had caused him to end up like this. Without her betrayal, how could he, who possessed the karmic luck pearl, end up in such a helpless state? Sue, you calmly said, I will end up the same as you. Then I'm relieved. The greedy Wolf King's eyes were filled with hatred. As a man, if he fell into the hands of the Pirate Alliance, he would only suffer a little. Sooner or later, the pirates would return him as a hostage. However, this woman was a peerless fairy whose name shook the 7 absolute civilizations. It went without saying what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of the pirates. At the very least, he would be violated by pirates who had no moral bottom line. Thinking of his fate, greedy Wolf King felt the anger in his heart subside a little. Fine, follow me. The small Kylan appeared on Suyu's shoulder, and it spat out a mouthful of void power which engulfed both of them. The isolation of the void completely blocked their auras and even their connection with the outside world. It would not be easy for the people guarding them to track them. Almost at the same time, the female Tao Lord, who was guarding the greedy Wolf King, sensed that her connection with the greedy Wolf King had been cut off. Something's wrong. The female Taoist master's expression darkened, and she immediately teleported into the room, other than the remaining ice fragments on the ground. There was no trace of the greedy Wolf King and the Snow Dream Flying Rain. Who did it? The female Daelord's heart sank when she realized that there was no aura to track. She immediately notified Emperor Pajuan. Emperor Vanquisher remained calm. The greedy Wolf King had been kidnapped more than once or twice, but every time there was luck in the dark, and he would always be able to avoid danger. Now that he was suddenly kidnapped, he believed that the greedy Wolf King had sealed his aura. Greed should be fine, but we can't be careless. Activate the formation and seal off the border of the second peerless family. Strictly prevent anyone from entering or leaving for a month. Suddenly, a bronze lion as tall as a human emerged from the ground at the 8 borders of the second peerless family. The lion faced the sky and spat out a large expanse of dark green light. From 8 directions, it completely enveloped the second peerless clan, forming a dark green bowl-shaped seal. This seal was extremely powerful. Even a Tao master would need to spend a long time to break through a single point of the formation. Such a huge commotion would definitely attract the attention of the powerhouses of the second peerless family. However, 10 days had passed. It was as if the greedy Wolf King had vanished from the face of the earth. He did not return as Pajuan Emperor had expected. Only now did Emperor Defeating Army realize that something had happened to greedy Wolf King. Did you find out anything about that when Shang? Emperor Defeating Armies' face sank as he asked. In front of him stood 9 Tao masters who were on standby. The beautiful woman shook her head slightly and said, His face has always been concealed, so there is no way to find out. The female Tao master who was in charge of protecting the greedy Wolf King felt ashamed and said, I went to the oasis where Wen Shang is to investigate. In the end, there was no such person. For a time, the air in the hall seemed to have frozen, and it was suffocating. Everyone could feel the violent killing intent hidden within Emperor Defeating Armies. The abduction of the greedy Wolf King had touched Emperor Defeating Armies' reverse scale. Mo Yuan, do you have anything to report? Emperor Defeating Armies suddenly realized that Tao Master Mo Yuan was stroking his chin with a contemplative expression. Tao Master Mo Yuan frowned and said, Patriarch, when Wen Shang first arrived, what kind of human demon did he kill? Can I see its image? Seeing that Tao Master Mo Yuan seemed to have some clues, Emperor Defeating Armies immediately summoned the white-robed sword god and morning flower lady. The 2 of them had seen it with their own eyes. Under Emperor Defeating Armies' command, the 2 of them drew the image of the human demon. After that, Tao Master Mo Yuan began to ponder. Mo Yuan, speak your mind, Emperor Defeating Armies said. Tao Master Moyuan thought for a while and said, Patriarch, I have an unrealistic thought. Speak. Perhaps the one who abducted the greedy wolf king wasn't some pirate, but the number one peerless family. Hearing this, the already tense atmosphere in the hall tensed up again. Emperor defeating armies' expression was solemn. Why do you say that? If it really was done by the number one peerless family, then it would involve a war between the aristocratic families. It was no small matter. I once saw this demon in the hands of a junior from the number one peerless family, young noble Wu Qin. Back then, he summoned this human demon and neutralized my domain attack, which allowed him to escape back to the number one peerless family. I suspect that Wen Shang, who killed the human demon, is actually young noble Wu Qin. Before Emperor defeating armies realized anything, the beautiful woman in the palace gown had already exclaimed, Young noble Wu Qin? It's him? Emperor defeating armies' eyes flashed when he heard her surprise. Oh, Tao Master Celestial Flower, you know this person? She didn't just know him. She had planned for many years at Broken Sky Mountain, and just as she was about to succeed, her plan was ruined by this person. Therefore, she told him everything that had happened at Broken Sky Mountain. After that, she said, Family Master, this person is extremely cunning, and his behavior is very similar to Wen Shang's. It is very likely that young noble Wu Qin is Wen Shang. After hearing this, Emperor defeating armies' face twitched with uncontrollable anger. Even he had been deceived. Someone, send a message to the number one peerless family and demand an explanation from them. Emperor defeating armies said. At the same time, mobilize all forces and dig 3 feet into the ground. Find Wen Shang for me. As soon as the family master gave the order, the entire aristocratic family started operating in an orderly manner. From the stellar sky city to a small mortal village, they were conducting a large-scale search for any suspicious individuals. Regardless of the influence, regardless of whether it was a commoner, the places where they lived were searched thoroughly. For a moment, the people were filled with grievances, and the normal life and work of the entire aristocratic family was interrupted. The aristocratic families were in a deep panic, in a certain oasis, while the outside world was in a state of chaos. Su was leisurely sipping tea and reading a book in a coffin shop. Su Rushu, you can't escape. Tanlang was sitting opposite him. His body was still frozen, and he couldn't move at all. His whole body was still enveloped by the small Kylan's nothingness, so his aura couldn't leak out. He already knew Su Yu's real identity. He was the Sea Wolves Pirates' deputy leader, Su Rushu. Facing his angry eyes, Su Yu's expression didn't change, and he continued reading the incomplete text in front of him. It was Xue Meng Feiyu's heaven-devouring 18-character scripture. Back then, he had only read it roughly, and didn't read it carefully. Now that he had the leisure to read it carefully, he decided to read it carefully. Xue Meng Feiyu looked at the incomplete text, then at Su Yu. She was calm, and she took the initiative to pour Su Yu a cup of tea. She said softly, I didn't recognize you and I offended you. I hope you can forgive me. She was very humble. There was only one man in the world whom she had treated in this way. That was Su Yu. Su Rushu was the second. You didn't offend me, Su Yu said calmly. She hadn't offended him, and she only wanted to harm him. To be honest, if she hadn't had any inappropriate thoughts about Su Yu, he wouldn't have bothered to capture her. It was a pity that the what-ifs in this world only existed in the past. Xue Meng Feiyu's eyes were filled with joy, but before she could show it, she heard Su Yu say calmly, However, you are the heir of the 6th peerless family. If I bring you back, I should be able to exchange you for many benefits. Xue Meng Feiyu's pretty face turned slightly pale. She knew very well what would happen if she really fell into the hands of the Pirate Alliance. Mr. Su, if you want benefits, why don't you return me to the 6th peerless family? That would be more beneficial to you, wouldn't it? Xue Meng Feiyu's pretty eyes flickered. Su Yu could use her as a hostage to extort money from the sixth peerless family, and everything he got would belong to him. However, if he handed her over to the Pirate Alliance, it would be great if he could reward Su Yu with 10% of the extorted items. Su Yu looked at her and smiled softly. Now that you've fallen into my hands, you don't have to play tricks anymore. You can't afford what I want. Not even the heaven-devouring 18-character scripture? Xuemeng Feiyu said, biting her red lips. Su Yu shook the remnant of the scripture, then shook his head and laughed. I think you should remind your brother Jingyan that this scripture ends here. If he continues to cultivate it, the consequences will be dire. His eyes shone with a mysterious light. Xuemeng Feiyu was silent, but she did not think much of it. The heaven-devouring 18-character scripture was the cultivation technique cultivated by the Tiani, great emperor. It was by relying on this scripture that he could create the Tiani civilization and become a great emperor. Su Yu was arrogant enough to say that this scripture had serious drawbacks? The ignorant were truly fearless. At that moment, Wang Sen walked over and said, Deputy Leader Su, everything is ready. Su Yu put down the remnant scripture and nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work these days. He took out a space storage device, which was filled with the treasures that he had plundered from Xia Xiaoya's treasury. Take it. Su Yu threw it to him and said, Also, change your identity and location. The greedy Wolf King would be returned as a hostage sooner or later. By then, Wang Sen would definitely be exposed. Thank you, Deputy Leader Su. I know what to do. Wang Sen was overjoyed. Su Yu stood up and led the greedy Wolf King and Xuemeng Feiyu to the wasteland outside the city. The space there cracked open, and a Wanzhong beast poked its head out. Su Yu leaped onto it and jumped in. As the Wanzhong beast traveled, it finally stopped at the edge of a desert. Border, the greedy Wolf King said. He looked at the light screen that was inches away and said in a low voice, Even the power of a Pathmaster would find it difficult to break this seal. Moreover, attacking it without permission will alert the king's mansion. What he meant was that Su Yu should give up and not do any useless work. Chapter 22:14. Swoosh, swoosh. At the other end of the border, on the other side of the light screen, 4 figures immediately appeared. They knelt down on one knee and said, Greetings, Deputy Leader Su. The formation is ready. The 4 of them stepped forward and stood in front of the light screen. Suddenly, a bright light flowed under their feet, and a formation that had been prepared beforehand appeared. Seeing this formation, the last bit of hope in the greedy Wolf King's heart was completely shattered. He said in despair, Supreme Mysterious Displacement Formation. Xue Mengfiu also recognized this formation. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she murmured, Supreme Mysterious Displacement Formation, a formation that needs to be set up 3 months in advance to be successful. Moreover, it can only exist for 3 days. She stared at Su Yu, her heart filled with suffocation. In other words, Su Yu had already predicted that the border would be sealed 3 months ago. He had also planned an escape route and grasped the timing perfectly. His schemes were too deep, too deep. It was so profound that it made people feel despair. Activate. Su Yu walked forward, carrying the 2 of them. A supreme mysterious displacement formation also appeared under their feet. This formation was one of the few great formations that could restrain other formations. As long as it was set up in advance on both sides of the formation, it could be exchanged for the living beings inside and outside. As soon as they stepped on it, the powerful formation power was activated. The next moment, the 4 black-clothed people outside the seal appeared in the formation where Su Yu and the 2 of them had stood. Su Yu and the others went to the formation outside. Finally, they had left the territory of the second peerless family. The formation under their feet immediately cracked and became abandoned. Disperse immediately. The 4 black-clothed people immediately fled in different directions. Su Yu took out a warship and took off immediately. The activation of the supreme mysterious displacement formation must have alerted the Pajuan Emperor, so they couldn't stay here for long. As expected, after a few days the Pajuan Emperor, the 5 Pathmasters, and a large number of people arrived. Looking at the broken supreme mysterious displacement formation, the Pajuan Emperor's face was gloomy. "I can't believe such a lost ancient formation was created. Mr. Wuchen really planned this." This formation was said to have been lost in the last era. He didn't expect Mr. Wuchen to be able to set it up. "Master, should we barge into the first peerless family to ask for the person?" The beautiful woman in the palace dress, who was the fairy flower pathmaster, asked with a frown. If they barged in, it would be an official battle between the 2 great families. This was the last thing they wanted to see. "There's no other way." Emperor Defeating Army's face was as cold as ice. The greedy Wolf King was his most expected successor. If something happened to him, it would take a long time to cultivate a qualified successor. The Tao Lords nodded slowly. Just as he was about to charge in, Emperor Defeating Armies suddenly received a message. Crushing it, Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. It was a message from the golden-eyed playboy. The content was that young Master Dustless had betrayed the number 1 peerless family and joined the Pirate Alliance. There was also a variety of other information attached to it, which proved that golden-eyed Lang Jun did not make up lies. The Pirate Alliance. Emperor Defeating Army was enraged. After going around in a circle, it was still the pirates' doing. Chase. There weren't that many taboos in the void. The Pathmaster directly teleported into the void, while the rest of the people boarded the warships and left in full force. The number 1 peerless family. The information in front of the golden-eyed playboy's eyes flew like snow. The corners of his mouth curled up into a look of deep surprise. "Father, why are the reports changing so frequently?" Bai Yun Hongxian, who was summoned by her father, walked in and looked curiously at the reports flying in. The golden-eyed playboy told her what happened in the number 2 peerless family. After listening, Bai Yun Hongxian's pretty eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Not to mention that the greedy Wolf King has great luck. No one can harm him at all. Moreover, the greedy Wolf King is in the number 2 peerless family, and he has Pathmasters by his side all year round. How could anyone kidnap him? You don't understand, and neither do I." The golden-eyed playboy could not figure out how Su Yu had successfully kidnapped the greedy Wolf King. If Xia Rukin, who was known as the Shocking Cloud, had been kidnapped, he would not have been so surprised. The greedy Wolf King's mysterious physique was something that even the Pathmasters could not do anything about. How did Su Rusha do it? Amazing. Bai Yun Hongxian thought for a moment, and a look of approval appeared on her face. Being able to do what others could not, this was the impression Bai Yun Hongxian had of Su Rushu. In addition, Xue Mengfeiyu, who was a guest in the number 2 peerless family, was also kidnapped. The golden-eyed playboy looked at Bai Yun Hongxian meaningfully. Princess Pipa was also kidnapped? Bai Yun Hongxian was completely shocked. Xue Mengfeiyu, who was known as Princess Pipa, was one of the 2 peerless beauties who were on an equal footing with her. Her strength was said to be very powerful, second only to the greedy Wolf King, but she had been kidnapped together. This Su Rushu, in order to gain the trust of the pirates, has really done something earth-shattering, the golden-eyed playboy said frankly. He did not expect Su Yu to be so capable. Bai Yun Hongxian, on the other hand, was not so surprised. With Su Yu's wisdom when he saved her, the scene in front of them was unexpected, but reasonable. No matter what, Su Yu has done something that is very beneficial to the number 1 peerless family, the golden-eyed playboy said. Especially beneficial to you. Me. Bai Yun Hongxian was very intelligent, and after a slight pause, she understood what he meant. With one less powerful competitor, she would have a better chance of marrying Rin Jingyan, right? Father, it is still too early to talk about this, Bai Yun Hongxian said softly. Haha. The golden-eyed playboy laughed meaningfully. In the void, in the direction of the pirate's lair, there were countless strong men of the number 2 peerless family. They were searching all the civilizations along the way to prevent Suyu from using the Wanzong beast of those civilizations to teleport back to the Pirate Alliance. In a certain civilization, in a pavilion on the peak of a mountain, looking at a crack in the space, Shui Mengfiu bit her red lips tightly. There was really no hope. Suyu had even figured out that there was a Wanzong beast in this civilization, and he was well prepared. He had already arranged a perfect escape route so that they wouldn't have any chance to escape. I really admit defeat. The greedy Wolf King had seen how meticulous Suyu was, and there was no hope of escaping. Suyu frowned slightly. The Wanzong beast in front of him had appeared more than 2 days later than expected. Under normal circumstances, it should have left 2 days ago. Has someone disturbed the Wanzong beast and caused it to delay? Suyu looked back at the void behind him. He did not know if there was enough time. As if to confirm his thoughts, several powerful breaths came from beyond the sky. After they appeared, they rushed to the places where the Wanzong beast might appear and conducted a strict search. One of the slightly familiar breaths was rushing to where Suyu was. His heart sank slightly. When the Wanzong beast was traveling, it was not advisable to be disturbed. Otherwise, the Wanzong beast would panic and take it to a place that it might never return from. Even if the person who came was not strong, he still had the ability to disturb the Wanzong beast. Therefore, if this person really arrived in time, he had to be killed. As the breath of the newcomer approached, Suyu saw an old woman who looked to be over 60 years old from afar. She was none other than Guest Elder Lu. Guest Lu looked left and right, looking for suspicious people. Suddenly, her gaze swept across the peak of the mountain and found 3 people standing there with no breath. 2 of them were the greedy Wolf King and Shui Mengfiu. In the middle was a man in a bamboo hat. Guest Lu's face lit up, and she immediately crushed a communication jade pendant. She then looked at the Wanzong beast, who had yet to appear, and sneered. "Mr. Wuchen, you can't escape." With his identity exposed, Suyu naturally would not hide anymore. He took off his bamboo hat, revealing the face that Guest Lu wanted to destroy with her own hands every night. "An old man who does not die is a thief. Guest Lu, you really changed your appearance and became the loyal dog of the 2nd peerless family," Suyu said calmly. Cold energy flowed all over Guest Lu's body, and she exploded with a shocking murderous intent. She laughed loudly. "Little bastard, isn't this all thanks to you? If you had not framed me and wrongly accused me, how could I have really betrayed you?" Hearing this, the greedy Wolf King and Shui Mengfiu revealed strange expressions. Su Rishu was really scheming at every turn. Looking at Guest Lu, who looked like she wanted to eat Suyu alive, only the heavens knew how badly she had been framed. "I feel that even the young men of the 1st peerless family would be grateful to me if you betrayed me," Suyu said with a smile. Guest Lu's face trembled, and she stared at Suyu. If looks could kill, Suyu would have been cut into pieces and died 10,000 times. Crack! The space behind him fluctuated. The Wanzong beast was about to appear. Guest Lu's eyes turned, and she slowly retreated backward. There was no need to elaborate on what she was planning. Suyu's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and said, "I can only kill you first." "Haha, do you think you're worthy?" Guest Lu was not angry but delighted. If Suyu really had the ability to kill a strong man like the killing demon, she would still be wary of Suyu. Unfortunately, she could now confirm that it was a self-directed play by Suyu. His true strength was only that of an ordinary half-path master. You underestimate the strength of a former Guest Lu. Guest Lu stopped in her tracks, and her old face was covered with coldness. "Actually, I can destroy you like a dog." As she spoke the last word, she had already released more than half of her realm of principles. "Die!" She laughed maliciously and released 10,000 naked male bodies. One young man after another was coquettishly in the realm of principles, winking at her. But they were all hiding sharp blades in the dark. It would be very dangerous to fall into the realm of principles. The blue veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. It really is a realm of principles. Both her personality and this realm of principles were the same, and it gave people goosebumps all over. "Haha, I am not a human demon, and you can hit me as you please," Guest Lu sneered. Die. The realm of principles suddenly rushed over. 10,000 naked young men rushed over with open arms. So you felt his hair stand on end. Heavenly dragon, Taoist body. He transformed into a half-dragon and slashed down with a dragon claw. Crack! The realm of principles was directly torn apart from the middle. The naked man inside instantly vanished into thin air. Su Yu's claw did not stop, and with irresistible force, he tore Guest Lu's Taoist body apart. How is this possible? Guest Lu looked down at her cracked Taoist body, her face full of disbelief. Chapter 22:15. Her body had clearly been completely transformed. How could it be destroyed so easily? Su Yu said indifferently, "Actually, killing you would be as easy as killing a dog." If not for his status, he could have killed Guest Lu long ago at the Broken Heaven Mountain. Of course, it was not too late now. Swish! Guest Lu's soul flew out of his body, but before it could escape, it was devoured by Su Yu's soul vortex. Looking at the domain dissipating with the wind, Su Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He said, "If this domain could kill people, it would be disgusting." Crack! At that moment, the space cracked once again. The Wanzhong beast was about to appear. Su Yu returned to the peak of the mountain and stared at the space, feeling slightly nervous. Guest Lu had already informed the strong men of the second peerless family, but he did not know if they would make it in time. After a cup of tea's time, finally the space cracked and a Wanzhong beast emerged. Su Yu was about to bring the two of them up when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stared at the sky with a deep gaze. The majestic aura of the Path Masters descended in a frenzy. He would probably arrive before the Wanzhong beast left. At that time, he would only need to move a finger to interfere with the Wanzhong beast. And Su Yu would not be able to fight back on the Wanzhong beast. How troublesome! I can only use the power of all the Path Masters. Su Yu drew out the sinful sword, his heart sinking. If that happened, he would not even be able to move when he returned to the vicinity of the Pirate Alliance. Then, if he encountered pirates with malicious intentions, it would be hard to say what would happen. More than 90% of the pirates were criminals of all kinds. Killing and robbing was a common occurrence for them. However, if he fell into the hands of the second peerless family, he would undoubtedly die. As he made up his mind, the Path Master who had come to inquire about him appeared in this civilization. Su Yu only felt his vision blur before he saw the person clearly. It really is you. Coincidentally, the person also knew Su Yu. Haha, it's been a long time. Su Yu smiled faintly. It was the beautiful woman in the palace gown, the fairy flower Path Master. Her almond-shaped eyes contained a faint chill as she said, "You ruined my plans, stole my treasure, and even dared to come to the second peerless family to kidnap our young master. Mr. Wuchen, I really admire your courage." "You flatter me." As Su Yu spoke calmly, he slowly raised the sinful sword in his hand, and a wisp of hidden sharpness spread out like a snake's tongue. The celestial flower Daelord's pupils constricted slightly, and her heart skipped a beat for no reason. After many years of cultivation, her intuition told her that Su Yu was in grave danger. "Young Master Dustless, do you think you can escape?" Daelord Immortal Flower did not act rashly. However, Su Yu continued to press on. He calmly said, "You don't have to use your little trick of diverting my attention on me. Aren't you just trying to make me forget about your young master?" The celestial flower Daelord's expression remained the same, but there was a hint of stiffness in his expression. Now, quit this civilization immediately." Hearing this, the celestial flower, Tao Lord, fell into deep thought and continued to stall for time. However, Suyu did not give her a chance. "If you do not leave before the Wanzong beast appears, then I will have to kill your young master." He pulled back with one hand, and immediately Greedy Wolf King was sucked into his palm, grabbing its neck. That arm transformed into a dragon arm and suddenly exerted force. Immediately, Greedy Wolf King's neck creaked, as if it was about to be broken. The celestial flower, Daelord's gaze froze, and she said in a low voice, "Do you know the consequences?" Suyu calmly said, "Whether I kill him or not, the consequences are the same for me." No matter how she treated Greedy Wolf King, once Suyu was captured by the second peerless family, she would never let him go. The celestial flower, Tao Lord, felt troubled. Suyu had a hostage in his hands, and for a while, she really could not do anything to him. Turning her gaze, the celestial flower, Tao Lord, gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I'll go. Otherwise, if anything happens to Greedy Wolf King, the fault may fall on me." If she caused Greedy Wolf King's death, not only would she have no merit, but she would also be guilty. Rather than that, she might as well retreat now. There would be no merit or fault. Whoosh! The celestial flower, Tao Lord, acted decisively and left immediately. In the blink of an eye, her aura disappeared from the civilization. Suyu's brows were deeply furrowed, and he coldly snorted. "Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Under the detection of the heavenly eyes, the celestial flower, Tao Lord, did not leave. Instead, she drew out a whiff of her aura and shot it into the nothingness beyond the sky. She herself was hiding nearby, waiting for the moment when Suyu stepped on the Wanzong beast and startled it. There was no sound in the nothingness. Suyu's eyes were slightly cold, and he gently slashed at a certain spot in the nothingness. A sword mark streaked across a certain place, causing the space there to distort unnaturally. A figure with a gloomy expression appeared. It was the celestial flower, Tao Lord. She threatened angrily, "Mr. Wuchen, the dignity of the second peerless family cannot be offended. Even if we have to sacrifice a young master, we will never allow you to succeed." Since ancient times, there had never been an heir of one of the 7 peerless families who had been successfully kidnapped by pirates. If the second peerless family set a precedent, they would no longer have the face to stand among the 7 peerless families. Therefore, she would rather the Greedy Wolf King die at Suyu's hands than allow him to be brought back to the pirate alliance. Suyu's brows were deeply furrowed. After all, they were one of the 7 peerless families. It would not be easy to force them to submit with just a single young master. Since that was the case, he could only use some tricks and kill the celestial flower, Tao Lord, by force. Grasping the sinful sword, Suyu mobilized the strength of the Tao Lord in his body and prepared to activate the sword of dawn and dusk. But at that moment, a wave of boiling heat suddenly came from within Suyu's inner world. In the unseen world, a mysterious destiny was flourishing. The great pearl of destiny. Suyu was surprised. The Greedy Wolf King had inserted the great pearl into Suyu's body and had successfully chosen its master for the second time. But why would it suddenly activate at such a critical moment? Could it be that something unexpected was going to happen? Crack! At that moment, the space behind him had completely left, and the Wanzong beast poked its head out from within. Strangely, there was a slightly confused woman standing on the back of the Wanzong beast. She was dressed in a golden cloak and had a 7-colored crown on her head. Her features were delicate and elegant. She was like a queen who had descended upon the world. "Xia Xiaoye." The celestial flower, Tao Lord, gasped, immediately recognizing who the person in front of her was. But hadn't Xia Xiaoye already returned to the pirate alliance? How could she appear on the Wanzong beast? Xia Xiaoye composed herself and scanned the surroundings. Her gaze landed on the celestial flower, Tao Lord, and she heaved a sigh of relief, revealing a look of relief. "What a blessing from the heavens! I can't believe I came back alive." It turned out that Xie Xiaoye and the others had returned to the Pirate Alliance's lair at top speed. In order to save time, Xie Xiaoye had used a place where the Wanzhong beast appeared that she was very familiar with, who knew that as soon as she landed, there would be a major upheaval in that civilization. A few martial artists who were unaware of the situation were fighting nearby. The Wanzhong beast was alarmed, and it fled in panic in the space, not stopping for more than a month. Xie Xiaoye had already made up her mind to wander about in the endless barren land, never to return. But just now the Wanzhong beast who was running was suddenly struck by some kind of power. Its body tilted to the side, and it crashed into the nearby space barrier. Then, just like that, it suddenly appeared. What made Xie Xiaoye even more overjoyed was that the place where it appeared was not a place that was too far away for her to return to, but not far away from the second peerless family. The celestial flower, Tao Lord, turned and fled without hesitation, her heart filled with extreme shock. Of all the people she could have run into, she had to run into the number one person in the Pirate Alliance, Xie Xiaoye? How could her unusual movements escape Xie Xiaoye's eyes? Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. During the great battle, none of the Tao Lords of the second peerless family were harmed. But now, you have delivered yourself to me. Since that is the case, I will accept it without hesitation. Xie Xiaoye's lips kept squirming, as if she was chanting some profound incantation. The celestial flower Tao Lord, who was fleeing, shuddered violently, and her whole body turned into wisps of green smoke. Then she burst into flames with a bang. In an extremely short period of time, she was burned to ashes. The dignified celestial flower Tao Lord had died in the hands of Xie Xiaoye, who had appeared out of nowhere. Su Yu was stunned as he watched from the side. This was the greedy wolf king's destiny. It was so evil that it rendered people speechless. The greedy wolf king could not help but smile bitterly. He had thought that he had seen another chance to escape from death's door, but who knew that the opportunity would be ruined by the destiny that should have belonged to him? After killing the celestial flower Tao Lord, Xie Xiaoye sized up Su Yu. She had wanted to kill him casually, but she suddenly realized that Su Yu was strangling the greedy wolf, young master of the second peerless family. She could not help but be surprised. You are. Su Yu naturally did not dare to hide anything. He immediately said, I am the deputy leader of the Sea Wolves pirates, Su Rishi. I have come under orders to capture the greedy wolf king. Hearing that, Xie Xiaoye's eyes were filled with disbelief. She knew that another deputy leader of the Sea Wolves pirates was carrying out the mission to capture the greedy wolf king. When the 10 great pirates had discussed it, none of the pirate leaders had been willing to accept the mission. Only the Sea Wolves' Tao Master had acted out of character and accepted the mission. Later, there were rumors that the Sea Wolves' Tao Master had given the mission to a deputy leader. Everyone knew that the Sea Wolves' Tao Master wanted to use the mission to kill someone. But what Xie Xiaoye found unbelievable was that the deputy leader had actually succeeded. Who was the greedy wolf king? Even Xie Xiaoye felt uneasy dealing with that strange and unfathomable providence. Perhaps the greedy wolf king's destiny would activate and kill her inexplicably. But the insignificant deputy leader before her had actually succeeded. Release your soul. I want to examine it a little, Xie Xiaoye said. Su Yu frowned slightly, feeling resistant in his heart. Don't worry, I will only examine your memories from this period of time. Xie Xiaoye did not allow him to argue. Her eyes flickered with soul light as she flipped through Su Yu's memories. After reading it, her eyes were filled with astonishment. Unbelievable. You actually managed to sneak into the core circle of the second peerless family? Xie Xiaoye was extremely surprised by Su Yu's careful and quick-witted mind. In terms of intelligence alone, Su Yu was even better than most of the Eternal Path Masters. But then she laughed angrily. I was wondering why the nest of the Pirate Alliance would be robbed. So it was you. Su Yu's heart sank. Chapter 22:16. No pirate leader could tolerate what he had done to gain the trust of the second most powerful family. Well done! However, to Su Yu's surprise, Xia Xiaoya smiled and praised him. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Sacrificing partial benefits in exchange for greater benefits is a successful pirate. She looked Su Yu up and down as if he was a treasure. I have never admired anyone in my life. You are the first. If she were Su Yu, she would never have done what she had just done. Her eyes were filled with sincere admiration. She smiled and extended her hand to Su Yu. Su Rushu, would you like to join the Xiaya pirates? Su Yu was stunned. The situation had changed so quickly that even he could not take it. He had thought he was dead meat. Yet, not only did Xia Xiaoya not do anything to him, she even took the initiative to recruit him. Su Yu pondered for a moment before cupping his fists. Thank you for your kindness, Leader Xiaoya. However, I have already joined the Sea Wolves pirates. Without a legitimate reason, I cannot join another pirate group. Xia Xiaoya did not take it seriously. That's hard to say. I can just ask the Sea Wolves pirates for you. I don't believe he would dare to refuse me if I asked for you. Su Yu's lips were slightly bitter. If he stayed with the Sea Wolves pirates, he could at least become a deputy leader. What kind of position could a pirate who joined Xiaoya get? Even the Sea Wolves sect master could recruit top talents like the Star Lady and the Stone Sword, let alone Xia Xiaoya. He had even more experts under his command. It would be difficult for him to be put in an important position after joining. You can rest assured that you will not be mistreated if you join me, Xia Xiaoya guaranteed. Su Yu could not believe it. Please allow me to return to the Sea Wolves pirates first. Okay. Xia Xiaoya did not force him and agreed immediately. She looked up at the sky and said, Pajuan Emperor is rushing over. It is not too late to use the Wanzhong beast now. Su Yu nodded and brought Tanling to the pavilion. With his other hand, he grabbed Xuan Mingfu, whose face was deathly pale from despair. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Haha, the 7 unique civilizations are going to be in an uproar. Your name, Su Rushu, will resound throughout the ages. Xia Xiaoya laughed and led them onto the Wanzhong beast. Roar! Wanzhongsho growled and left with the 3 of them. When the space was completely sealed, Emperor Pajun and the others finally appeared. He glanced at the celestial flower Tao Lord, who was reduced to ashes, and then looked at the remaining aura of the Wanzhongsho. Emperor defeating armies' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Sir Wuchen, my second peerless family will do everything we can to grind your bones and scatter your ashes, never to reincarnate. The unforgettable hatred pierced through the void like a sharp arrow and shook countless civilizations. At this moment, the living beings of countless civilizations all knew of a person named Su Rushu, a person who was sworn by the second most exceptional family to kill at all costs. Not long after, the headquarters of the Pirate Alliance. Standing outside the nest, Su Yu thought for a moment, then said, Path Master Xiaoya, please give me some time. I want to talk to Sea Wolf Path Master alone. Even if they wanted to join the Little Moon Pirates, they should at least see Sea Wolf Tao Master's attitude, right? If he knew that he had the ability to capture the greedy Wolf King alive, it would not be too late for him to leave. Okay, Xia thought for a moment, then said, if he makes things difficult for you, just call me. Thank you. Su Yu cupped his fists, then turned around and walked into the area of the Sea Wolf Pirates. When he arrived at the main battleship of Sea Wolf Path Master, as soon as he boarded the battleship, he was greeted by many strange gazes. They were all sizing Su Yu up with a strange look in their eyes. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, and most of all, they were pitying him. Su Yu was slightly confused, so he went to the great hall where Sea Wolf Path Master often met with people. When he arrived at the front of the hall, he saw that it was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was very lively. Beautiful maids were carrying exquisite wine and meat. going in and out with joyful expressions on their faces. Did something good happen? Su Yu was slightly surprised as he walked along the stairs to the door of the great hall. Looking inside, he saw that the great hall was filled with 18 banquet tables. Every table was occupied by the middle and high-level pirates of the Sea Wolf Pirates. Among them were the Star Lady, the Snow Swordsman, and the Poisonous Mathematician, whom Su Yu was more familiar with. At the banquet table in the middle, the Sword in the Stone had a joyful look on his face as he toasted the Sea Wolf Pathmaster, who was sitting on the throne of the pirate leader. He said, "I will try my best to fulfill my duty as a deputy leader." The Sea Wolf Pathmaster had a happy smile on his face as he took out his wine cup and toasted the sword in the air. He said, "Good. I have high hopes for you." Su Yu saw this, and a myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. The Pirate Alliance had an agreement that every group of pirates would only have one leader and 2 deputy leaders. There would never be one more deputy leader. Now that the Sword in the Stone was appointed as the new deputy leader, it meant that one of the deputy leaders had been replaced. The Star Lady was the person that the Sea Wolf Pathmaster thought most highly of, so the one who had been replaced couldn't be her. It could only be Su Yu. Su Yu stood at the main door, his long and lonely figure shrouding some guests. When they turned around and recognized Su Yu's face, they couldn't help but be shocked. Many guests sensed that something was wrong, and when they looked over, they all had strange looks on their faces. Finally, the Sea Wolf Pathmaster was alarmed. When he looked at the door, he was dumbfounded. A month ago, the Sea Wolf Pathmaster's power attached to Su Yu's body had been cut off. Based on this, he concluded that Su Yu had failed and died. Therefore, not long after returning to the Pirate Alliance, a 3-day celebration banquet was held to congratulate the Sword in the Stone's promotion as the new deputy leader. Today was the last day. However, the Sea Wolf Pathmaster didn't expect that Su Yu was still alive. Not only did he not die, but he also appeared at the celebration banquet. At the banquet, the guests looked at each other and secretly communicated with each other. This is so King embarrassing. However, Su Rushu should be the most embarrassed one. Even if he came back one day later, it would have been fine, depriving him of the deputy leader position in front of his own eyes. Nothing could be more embarrassing than this, right? I can't help but sympathize with Su Rushu, although he only has himself to blame. The Sword in the Stone also noticed Su Yu. He was surprised and frowned deeply. Su Yu didn't die? When Su Yu saw everyone's expressions, his heart turned ice cold. It was probably because Su Yu was frozen by the snow dream, flying rain with ice, that the Sea Wolf Pathmaster mistakenly thought that he was dead. However, that happened more than half a month ago. Moreover, it would take another 10 days for the news to be sent back. A few days after confirming Su Yu's death, the Sea Wolf Pathmaster immediately held a celebration banquet for the Sword in the Stone. Su Yu's heart turned cold bit by bit. He was fighting for the Sea Wolves pirates outside, fighting for them. But what were the Sea Wolves pirates doing? Knowing that he had just died, they couldn't wait to deprive him of the deputy leader position and hold a celebration banquet? This was the most despicable thing. At this moment, Su Yu knew that the Sea Wolves pirates couldn't be left alive. Even if he stayed in such a ruthless place, he wouldn't be put in an important position. Moreover, he might perform too well and be feared by the Sea Wolf Pathmaster. As he said in the past, he shouldn't perform too well. Otherwise, he would arouse the suspicion of the Sea Wolf Pathmaster. Was there any need for him to stay in such a place? "Oh, you're back." The Sea Wolf Pathmaster was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he asked calmly, "How was the mission?" Su Yu hid the emotions in his eyes and said calmly, "Not perfect. Capturing the Greedy Wolf King was a revenge on the second peerless family, but capturing the Snow Dream Flying Rain at the same time offended the sixth peerless family. Therefore, this mission couldn't be considered perfect." However, in the ears of the Sea Wolf Pathmaster and the others, they naturally understood it as a failure. There was no disappointment in the eyes of the Sea Wolf Pathmaster because he never had any expectations. "Well, it's good that you are back," the Sea Wolf Pathmaster said calmly. After a pause, he said, "Because they mistakenly thought you had died, and the Sea Wolves pirates couldn't live without a deputy leader. They appointed the Stone Sword as the new deputy leader. Now that you are back, give me the deputy leader's seal." The Sea Wolf Pathmaster said, "I won't mistreat you. You will be the helm master of the First Fleet." From his tone, it seemed that taking away the deputy leader's position and giving it to him was letting him off easy. Without saying a word, Suyu handed the skeleton-shaped deputy leader's seal to the Sea Wolf Pathmaster. The Sea Wolf Pathmaster nodded and took out the seal of the First Fleet's helm master. Then he threw it to Suyu and said, "Take it." It was as if he was giving alms. However, Suyu didn't take it. Instead, he tilted his body slightly and said indifferently, "Dao Master Sea Wolf, you've misunderstood." Sea Wolf Dao Lord looked at the clanking seal on the ground and was slightly displeased. "What did you call me?" As a member of the Sea Wolves pirates, he should be addressed as leader and not as Sea Wolf Dao Master. "Sea Wolves Pathmaster," Suyu repeated. "I handed over the deputy leader's seal, which means that I quit the Sea Wolves pirates. The Sea Wolves pirates are full of talents. I, Su, am just a mediocre person who is unable to serve the Sea Wolves pirates. I am ashamed, so I hereby announce that I will withdraw from the Sea Wolves pirates." Sea Wolf Daelord's displeasure deepened when he heard that, and he thought to himself, "Are you trying to spite me? Why doesn't he take a look at himself first? If it weren't for the fear of outsiders gossiping about him, he wouldn't be fit to be the branch leader of the First Fleet with that little bit of cheating ability of his." With that in mind, Dao Master Sea Wolf's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "Since Deputy Leader Su has made up your mind, I won't hold you back." He felt that Suyu would regret it sooner or later. If he left the Sea Wolves pirates, who would be willing to take Suyu in? Not to mention the position of branch leader of the First Fleet? No one, right? "Thank you, Dao Master Sea Wolf, for granting my wish." Suyu had completely given up on the Sea Wolves pirates. Then he turned around and walked away in the afterglow of the setting sun in front of the pitiful eyes of the guests. "Wait." The Stone Sword left the banquet and walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. "What's the matter?" Suyu looked at him, but there was no sign of the Stone Sword in his eyes. He really didn't care about such a person. Chapter 22:17. Suyu was like a drowning dog, so he could no longer challenge the position of the Stone Sword. The reason why he did this was that he wanted to quickly establish his prestige as the deputy leader by suppressing Suyu. He wanted everyone to know that from now on, one of the two deputy leaders of the Sea Wolves pirates would be the Stone Sword, not Su Rushu. The pity in everyone's eyes deepened. A fallen phoenix was no better than a chicken. A dignified deputy leader actually had to fall to the fate of kneeling in front of everyone. What a pity, what a pity. Suyu did not speak, but looked at the Sea Wolf Pathmaster. He was sitting on the leader's throne, looking down at Suyu, and said calmly, "Deputy Leader Shure's words are reasonable. It's just an etiquette. Su Rushu, just do as he said." Etiquette? If it were another occasion, it might be etiquette. But could it still be etiquette in this situation? Wasn't this an extreme form of humiliation? Moreover, when he was the deputy leader, did the Stone Sword ever kneel down in front of him? Looking at the biased Sea Wolf Pathmaster, Suyu was calm. He had already seen through the Sea Wolf Pathmaster's character, so how could he have any expectations? Such an answer was not surprising at all. "Did you hear that? Kneel down." The Stone Sword's eyes were aggressive, and his tall figure was even more intimidating. Suyu shook his head calmly and said, "Maybe your ears are not very good. Do you need me to repeat it again? Just now, I have quit the Sea Wolves pirates. Now, I am neither your subordinate nor a member of the Sea Wolves pirates. What reason do you have for me to kneel down to you?" The stone sword sneered. As long as you haven't stepped out of the hall, you're still a member of the Sea Wolves Pirates. He had made up his mind that Suyu had to kneel down today, no matter what. Then I will leave, Suyu said calmly as he turned around and walked out of the hall. Guards! The members of the Sea Wolves Pirates are disrespecting the deputy leader. Take them down. The stone sword ordered aggressively. Immediately, 2 rows of pirates came from outside the hall. They did not care about Suyu, the former deputy leader, at all. They pounced on him like tigers and wolves. Suyu did not even look at them. He did not even stop and continued walking. However, a layer of extremely powerful sword chi appeared around his body, forming a circle and slashing all the pirates that pounced on him. The figures of the pirates were sent flying like sandbags, crashing in all directions. Many tables were smashed and overturned. In an instant, the rich aroma of wine and meat filled the hall. Seeing that Suyu dared to fight back, Sword in the Stone's face was filled with hostility. He pulled out the stone sword on his back and said coldly, "You dared to defy the deputy leader and injure a law enforcer. They deserve to die the most." In any case, Suyu was already worthless, so the Sea Wolf Pathmaster wouldn't say a word if he killed him in front of everyone. As the sword slashed down, one of Suyu's feet had already stepped out of the palace. However, he suddenly withdrew his leg and stood back in the hall. He slowly turned around and stared coldly at the sword in the stone. He endured again and again, gave way again and again, retreated again and again. However, the sword in the stone did not show any signs of restraint. Suyu was not made of clay, and he had his own anger. Looking at the stone sword, Suyu said calmly, "I have never paid attention to an ant like you. Since you want to attract my attention, I will pay some attention to you." Suyu didn't seem to move at all. He just raised his hand slightly and easily caught the stone sword that was slashing at him. No matter how sharp the sword was or how much power it carried, it was caught by Suyu single-handedly at this moment. On the contrary, the stone sword stopped abruptly because of the falling momentum of the stone sword. A great counterforce came from the hilt of the stone sword, which shook off the stone sword's hand. The stone sword that he had been relying on was snatched away by Suyu. "You, what kind of evil trick did you use?" The stone sword turned pale with fright. The stone sword was not an ordinary sword, but a doctrine artifact fairy embryo that he had refined with the heavenly stone bloodline for a long time. Its power was so strong that even the Pathmaster didn't dare to block it with his body. However, it was caught by Suyu in the air. How could this be possible? Suyu held the hilt of the sword with one hand and the blade with the other. Then he broke it with both hands at the same time. Crack! The stone sword was broken into 2 pieces. "Ah, my stone sword!" The stone sword yelled in disbelief. However, while he was still yelling, his vision went black. Suyu was approaching him. The stone sword was extremely angry, and he roared as he charged at Suyu. He was a half-Pathmaster, whose body and soul were both Taoified, and he was extremely powerful. In his anger, he exerted all his strength, regardless of anything else. Suyu's eyes were indifferent as he pointed a finger at the stone sword's palm. Crack! Crack! A horrifying scene appeared. The stone sword's arm was broken into pieces by Suyu's finger. In the end, his whole arm was peeled off, and half of his body was full of cracks. The eyes of the people present were filled with shock. They couldn't believe what they had seen. The stone sword's body, as a Pathmaster, couldn't even block Suyu's finger. Plop! After suffering from the tremendous force, Sword in the Stone's body fell unsteadily to the ground, fear filling his eyes. Pow! Suyu stepped forward and stomped on his face, burying his head into the ground. Ah! The stone sword howled in pain. He struggled with his remaining arm, trying to get rid of Suyu's foot. However, he couldn't do anything to Suyu's foot. He was like a defenseless ant that was being stepped on by someone. Su Yu looked at the stone sword's fearful expression, which was completely different from his previous arrogance, and said calmly, "You dare to be arrogant with such little ability?" He snorted softly and kicked the stone sword with the tip of his foot. The stone sword fell on the table in the middle of the room. With a crashing sound, the table was smashed into pieces. The stone sword was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Su Yu looked at his abdomen, which had a huge hole in it. Even if his injury was healed, it would leave irreversible sequelae. Su Yu shook his sleeves and walked out of the room expressionlessly, ignoring the people who kept quiet out of fear. "Humph! You are courting death." The Sea-Wolf Path Master's face was gloomy. He admitted that he had misjudged Su Yu. Su Yu was indeed extraordinarily powerful, but he had crippled the deputy leader he had personally promoted at the celebration banquet. Did Su Yu think about his dignity? Swish! The Sea-Wolf Pathmaster's attack was decisive and ruthless. "You injured my deputy leader and you want to leave? You should ask me first." Su Yu's eyes were full of killing intent. He turned around and turned into a wholly half-human, half-dragon. Two dragon arms collided with the Sea-Wolf Pathmaster. Thud! Thud! The Sea-Wolf Pathmaster felt an earth-shattering force, which forced him to retreat. All the people present gasped in shock. Su Rishu was not at a disadvantage when she collided with the Sea-Wolf Pathmaster. Instead, she forced the Sea-Wolf Pathmaster to retreat. At this moment, the Sea-Wolf Pathmaster was really shocked. He had thought that Su Yu was just stronger than the stone sword. However, when they exchanged blows, he found that it was not the case at all. The strength of his body had surpassed that of the Sea-Wolf Pathmaster. Among the 10 great pirates, Xiaoxiaoye was probably the only one who could take a punch from him without batting an eyelid. The gloomy look on his face disappeared immediately and was replaced by delight. He said, "What happened to your strength?" His heart was thumping wildly, and he realized that he had unintentionally recruited a genius who defied the natural order. Su Yu did not cheat in the martial power test that day. Instead, he reached 19,000 martial power points with his own strength. The Sea-Wolf Pathmaster was ecstatic. He had recruited a strong man who was second only to the Sea-Wolf Pathmaster. However, before he could finish his question, a boundless golden gust of wind attacked him. The Sea-Wolf Pathmaster's pupils constricted, and a giant sea-wolf appeared behind him to resist the gust of wind. However, the gust of wind was so powerful that it shattered the virtual image of the sea-wolf. The Sea-Wolf Pathmaster groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. With an angry look on his face, he said in a low voice, "Xiaoxiaoye, are you crazy? How could you attack me?" Swish! Beside Su Yu, a golden gust of wind stopped, and Xiaoxiaoye's figure appeared. She checked whether Su Yu was injured and said, "I was wondering why you didn't come out after such a long time. It turns out you were bullied by the sea-wolf." Su Yu said, "Thank you, Xiaoya Pathmaster, but I'm fine." "Okay, did you tell the sea-wolf about the situation?" "No." Su Yu said calmly, "There is no need to tell him. I have quit the Sea-Wolf's pirates." Xiaoxiaoye's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "Haha, a fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. From now on, join my Xiaoya pirates, and I will appoint you as the first deputy leader. Your position will be higher than the other deputy leaders." Hearing this, everyone was moved. Xiaoxiaoye's pirates were the most elite among all the pirates. It was said that the 2 current deputy leaders were dragons among men, and their strength and potential were even greater than the Star Ladies. However, Xiaoxiaoye was willing to remove one of the deputy leaders' positions and let Su Yu take it? How much trust did she have in Su Yu? The Sea-Wolf Pathmaster was also surprised. Was it because Xiaoxiaoye saw Su Yu's powerful strength? Regret welled up in his heart, and he moved his lips, trying to persuade Su Yu to stay. However, was it even possible? One was the strongest deputy leader of the pirates, and the other was the deputy leader of the weakest pirates. One of them had shown him kindness, and the other wanted to kill him. No matter what, it was impossible for Suyu to come back, right? As a pirate leader, the Sea Wolf Path Master felt that he still had some dignity. If he lost Suyu, then so be it. If he forced him to stay, wouldn't it be humiliating? Let's go. I, Xiaoya, promise you that I won't let you be wronged like you were in the Sea Wolf Pirates. Xiaoya patted Suyu's shoulder and promised him. Suyu nodded and left with Xiaoya. The Sea Wolf Path Master looked at the messy banquet and said, "Clean it up." Although he was slightly regretful that he had misjudged and lost Suyu, he quickly regained his composure. Regarding Suyu's matter, just let everyone know about it. Don't tell anyone else, the Sea Wolf Path Master said. If word of it spread, the Sea Wolf Path Master's reputation would be somewhat damaged. However, even if he wanted to keep it a secret, he might not be able to. Several days later, a piece of news that was like a thunderclap shook the entire pirate alliance. The greedy Wolf King, the second Peerless Family's young master, and the sixth Peerless Family's heir, Fiu, were kidnapped and brought back. The pirate alliance dreamed of kidnapping the heirs of the aristocratic families and making a name for themselves. Unfortunately, they never got what they wanted. Now, 2 of them were kidnapped at once. How could they not be shocked? The Sea Wolf Path Master was shocked when he heard the news. Who did it? Suyu came into his mind, but he quickly rejected the idea. Even the Path Master might not be able to capture the greedy Wolf King, let alone Suyu. The 3rd night was the first time he tried to break out, and he would gradually increase the amount of breakouts in the future. Chapter 2218. The difficulty of catching the greedy Wolf King was well known. It should be Xiaoya herself. Sea Wolf Dao Master thought to himself. Leader, it's the deputy leader of the Xiaoya pirates. The reporter looked hesitant. Sea Wolf Dao Master couldn't help but be surprised. Deputy leader. From his point of view, Xiaoya herself wouldn't have been able to handle it. But the person who had done it was a vice leader? It was really hard to believe. Which deputy leader is it? Iron Hands or Wusu? Sea Wolf asked. Unlike the other pirates, Xiaoya's strength was not severely affected. Her 2 vice leaders were still there. However, Sea Wolf Dao Master found it unbelievable. Xiaoya had clearly rejected the mission to capture the greedy Wolf King. Why did he secretly send the deputy leader to complete the mission? The reporter lowered his head, not daring to look at Sea Wolf Dao Master's eyes. He whispered, Is it Deputy Chief Su? Surnamed Su? Sea Wolf Dao Master's heart began to pound, and his eyes were filled with speculation and disbelief. How could he forget that a few days ago, Xiaoya announced in front of the Sea Wolf's pirates that she was going to make Su Rushu the first vice leader. Tai Shou and Wu Su's original names were not Su. Was there a need to say who this deputy leader Su was? However, he did not want to believe it. He did not dare to believe that Suyu had actually completed the mission that he had sent Suyu to his death. Yes, it's Su Rushu. The reporter's words extinguished Sea Wolf Daelord's last bit of hope. It was really Su Rushu. Didn't he say that he didn't complete the mission perfectly? Sea Wolf Dao Master muttered to himself as his mind went blank. Then he suddenly realized something and slumped back on the throne. Not only had Suyu captured the greedy Wolf King, but he had also captured Feiyu. In a sense, this was not considered a perfect completion of the mission. Sea Wolf Dao Master had mixed feelings when he thought of this. He had stripped away the position of the vice leader of a top genius who was able to kidnap the successors of 2 aristocratic families in one go. No, not only did he strip him of his position, but he also deliberately humiliated him and even personally taught him a lesson in the end. He chased such a person away and forced him into Xiaoya's camp. Moreover, all he had done in exchange for was a piece of trash who did not even have the power to retaliate against Suyu. To be honest, the stone sword was very outstanding, but compared to Su Rushu, especially Su Yu, who could capture the greedy Wolf King and the Snow Dream Rain at the same time, he was nothing. Could it even touch a single strand of Su Yu's hair? What did it mean to throw a watermelon and pick a sesame seed? Sea Wolf Dao Lord was a living reality. Leader, we have an important matter to report. At this time, the 2 deputy leaders and several branch leaders came to report. Sea Wolf Dao Lord returned to his senses and said dejectedly, "Come in." The group of people looked a little anxious. Sea Wolf Dao Master looked at everyone and felt an inexplicable pain in his heart when his gaze fell on the sword in the stone, who had recovered a little. It was as if a needle had pierced into his heart. Sea Wolf Dao Lord had the urge to slap himself when he saw him. What kind of eyes did I have to chase away a talent like Su Rushu for this kind of trash? Sword in the stone, after you recover from your injuries. Go to a new star area and open up a new territory for the Sea Wolves pirates. This is a very difficult task, and only you can do it. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. They had finally come to this step. Opening up a new territory meant they had to become enemies with the local forces, and the people who opened it would suffer heavy casualties. Usually, less than 1 out of 10 people survived. Anyone who was sent to open up a new territory was basically a person who wasn't put in an important position or was a traitor. Because of the sword in the stone, a person like Su Yu was chased away. The last thing that Sea Wolf Dao Master wanted to see now was the sword in the stone, right? The sword in the stone's body trembled, and his eyes were full of regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Wouldn't it have been better for him to be the first branch leader and be valued and cultivated by the leader? Now he had nothing. You came to report together. Did something important happen? Sea Wolf Dao Master asked. The Star Lady said in a serious voice, "Yes, we found traces of the second Peerless family's activities in our territory." Oh, Sea Wolf Dao Master immediately became serious and said, "Tell me quickly." The second Peerless family would never risk entering the territory of the Pirate Alliance. Today, we found that we have lost contact with several frigates protecting the main warship. No matter how we tried to contact the captains, we couldn't get a reply. Then we sent people to contact them face to face. In the end, none of them came back, and we couldn't find any clues. Until Captain Poisonous Sutra went in person, he only sent half a message back. Hearing this strange situation, Sea Wolf Dao Master knew that something had happened, and it wasn't a trivial matter. What message did he send back? The Star Lady said, he only said 3 words. Pajuan Emperor. Sea Wolf Dao Master's pupils constricted violently. Did Pajuan Emperor come to the Pirate Alliance personally? Let's go. Follow me to take a look. Sea Wolf Dao Master's heart was heavy as he led a group of powerhouses to the frigate that had lost contact with them. However, as soon as he appeared, an extremely terrifying aura engulfed the main warship. He saw Pajuan Emperor, Dao Master Moyuan, and the other 3 Path Lords, as well as hundreds of half-step Path Lords, charging toward them in a frigate. Pajuan Emperor's eyes shone with a cold light as he jumped onto the main warship and attacked Sea Wolf Dao Master without saying a word. Sea Wolf Dao Master sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly used his Path Master's power to activate the various formations on the main warship. He shouted anxiously, "Inform the rest of the pirates!" His heart pounded wildly as he used the power of the formations to resist Pajuan Emperor. However, how powerful was Pajuan Emperor? Could he resist him completely? He was defeated by Pajuan Emperor's palm strike after just 1 exchange of blows, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. "Where is Su Rushu? Where is my son?" Pajuan Emperor asked with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to eat someone alive. After Su Yu escaped, Pajuan Emperor was extremely furious. He chose 3 Path Lords to fight their way into the Pirate Alliance's lair to rescue his son. Only by doing so could he redeem the reputation of the second peerless family. They used the Wanzhong beast to find the vicinity. After lurking for a day, they secretly attacked. Finally, they approached the Sea Wolves Pirate Alliance without alerting the rest of the pirates. Now, they suddenly launched a fatal attack. If everything went smoothly, they should be able to rescue the greedy Wolf King before the rest of the pirates reacted. At the mention of Su Rushu, Sea Wolf Dao Master's heart was filled with bitterness, regret, and anger. Su Yu had captured the heirs of the two families, and all the fame and benefits that came with it had belonged to Xiaxia. However, the revenge of the second peerless family had all fallen on him. He didn't get any benefits, only to attract all the disadvantages. He clenched his teeth and said shyly, Su Rushu has left the Sea Wolves Pirate Alliance and joined the pirates that Xiaxia is in. Hearing this, Pajuan Emperor looked at him and said coldly, Do you think I'll believe you? If Sea Wolf Dao Master didn't treat such a dazzling genius like Su Rushu as a treasure, would he allow him to leave the Sea Wolves Pirate Alliance? No one would believe him, right? Unless the Sea Wolves Pirate Alliance was hopelessly stupid. Sea Wolf Dao Master's heart was filled with bitterness. Look, even the enemy doesn't believe that I'm that stupid. But the fact is I really did. Hand over Su Rushu, or you will die without a burial place. With boundless anger, Pajuan Emperor attacked angrily. Every attack made Sea Wolf Dao Master feel extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, the other 3 Dao Masters were slaughtering and capturing captives. They were searching the captive souls. After a short while, the 3 Dao Masters stopped and came before Pajuan Emperor. They said, Family Master, you got the wrong person. Pajuan Emperor said coldly, Isn't Su Rushu the Sea Wolves Pirate Alliance's deputy leader? Why did you get the wrong person? Dao Master Muyuan said, A few days ago, Su Rushu was indeed the Sea Wolves Pirate Alliance's deputy leader. However, a few days ago, Su Rushu was stripped of her position by Sea Wolf Dao Master. At the same time, she helped the new deputy leader to bully him. Now, Su Rushu has been forced to leave the Sea Wolves Pirate Alliance. Hearing this, Pajuan Emperor looked at Sea Wolf Dao Master in disbelief. He couldn't understand what Sea Wolf Dao Master was thinking. A person like Su Yu might not be the only one in the world, but he was definitely one of a kind. Such a talent would be considered pretty good even in an 8-star civilization. In a 7-star civilization, he would definitely be the king of geniuses. Yet he actually drove him away? Was Sea Wolf Dao Master born with a defect in his intelligence? Pajuan Emperor thought to himself, feeling Pajuan Emperor and the 3 Path Masters looking at him. Sea Wolf Dao Master really wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. This matter had already become a humiliation and a black mark on him that he couldn't get rid of. However, because the truth had been revealed, Pajuan Emperor stopped his attack. His face was gloomy as he asked, Where is Su Rushu now? She has joined Xiaxia's pirates and was appointed as the first deputy leader by her. What? Pajuan Emperor clenched his fists angrily. The battle in front of him must have attracted the attention of most of the pirates, and they were rushing over. How could they have a chance to attack Xiaxia again? If they didn't leave now, they would be surrounded by the entire pirate alliance and be completely annihilated. Moreover, Xiaxia's unfathomable abilities made it impossible to take Su Yu from her hands. It was already hopeless for them to take back the greedy Wolf King. Retreat. Pajuan Emperor made a prompt decision and led everyone away quickly. Before long, the pirates arrived at the Sea Wolves Pirate Alliance's territory. Looking at the destroyed corvettes, the battered battleships, and the many newly recruited pirates, the 9 great pirates were all surprised. Knowing that it was the doing of the second peerless family, everyone was surprised and had a strange look on their faces. The incident of Su Rushu being driven away had already spread like wildfire in the Pirate Alliance. Sea Wolf Dao Master had been blind to send a heaven ruler king like Su Rushu to Xiaxia, which made him a laughingstock. What was even more ridiculous was that Sea Wolf Tao Master didn't get any benefits, but was instead given special treatment by the second peerless family. Sea Wolf Tao Master clenched his fists. He had never felt so vexed and humiliated in his life. Looking up, he suddenly saw Suyu standing beside Xiaoya with his hands clasped behind his back. He had a calm look on his face as he looked at the miserable situation calmly. He had planned to wait until 5, but he was delayed by something today, so he missed 4. As mentioned before, if one missed 5 updates, it would add up to 9 updates. Chapter 2219. Tao Master Sea Wolf's expression was extremely complicated when he saw that it had nothing to do with him. Su, you must be laughing at him in his heart now, right? After all, it wasn't common for a Tao Lord to make a joke out of himself, right? However, he didn't know that Su Yu didn't want to laugh at such a person. He was glad that the Providence Tao Pearl had allowed him to meet Xiaoya. Otherwise, Sea Wolf Tao Lord would not be able to protect him even if he managed to take back the Pirate Alliance. Strengthen the defenses, Xiaoya said indifferently. At this moment, the second peerless clan must have fled far away. It was useless to chase after them. Since everyone is here, let's have a temporary meeting to discuss how to deal with the 2 hostages, said Xiaoya. Soon, in the main hall of Sea Wolf Tao Lord's battleship, Su Yu, the greedy Wolf King, and Xue Mengfiu were among the 10 pirate chiefs. Theoretically speaking, this was a discussion meeting between the pirate chiefs. As the deputy chief, Su Yu had no right to participate in it. However, the 10 pirate leaders tacitly agreed not to object. Instead, most of them cast friendly gazes at him. For a person like Su Yu, even though he was Xiaoya's rival, they still admired him. How do you think we should deal with these 2? Xiaoya asked. The leaders exchanged glances. The Blue Phoenix pirate captain's charming eyes moved back and forth between the greedy Wolf King and Snow Dream Feiyu. She said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "It's rare for us to capture the heirs of 2 great aristocratic families. Of course, we have to lock them up for a few more years so that our pirate alliance can earn enough reputation. Then we can extort resources from the 2 great aristocratic families." The other pirate leaders nodded in agreement. This time, the pirate alliance could be considered to have done something big. I think it's better to extort resources as soon as possible and exchange the hostages with them, Xiaoya said indifferently. The Blue Phoenix leader pondered for a moment before asking, "Why do you say that?" Xiaoya seemed to be their leader now. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment before saying, "To tell you the truth, I recently captured someone's maid and learned some incredible news from her." "Whose maid?" Everyone was curious. For Xiaoya to say the word incredible, it was clear that this matter was no small matter. Xiaoyan. As soon as he said those words, Su clearly felt the atmosphere in the great hall tighten. Traces of fear and apprehension overflowed from the eyes of several pirate leaders. "Leader Xiaoya, you're extremely daring. I'm impressed, truly impressed." The leader of the Blue Phoenix tribe cupped her fists, her admiration for Xiaoya coming from the bottom of her heart. The other pirate leaders also looked at Xiaoya with admiration. Su Yu was also slightly surprised. In the past few days, he had read a lot of information about the 7 absolute civilizations in Xiaoya's pirate ship. Among all the information, there was one name that appeared the most frequently. That was Xiaoyan. He was the head of the 7th peerless family. It was said that he was a descendant of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. The number of times the other 6 family heads' names appeared was less than Xiaoyan's. All the information was describing Xiaoyan's incredible and legendary deeds. It was said that he was born to be an emperor. In just 200 years, he had broken through to become a Tao Lord. At the age of 300, he defeated his father and became the new head of the 7th peerless family. When he was 500 years old, when he was traveling, he passed by a 7-star civilization and was chased by that civilization. He single-handedly defeated all the Downlord experts of that civilization and took the most famous beauty of that civilization as his wife. Then he calmed down and focused on cultivating. Billions of years had passed, and he had never shown his face again. Everything was managed by his father, Xia Donglai. Therefore, although the head of the 7th peerless family was Xia Donglai on the surface, everyone knew who it was in reality. Now that they heard that Xia Xiaoya had dared to capture Xia Yian's maid, how could they not be shocked by his audacity? The Blue Phoenix leader said, "So, what's the news about that maid?" Everyone was curious. As the saying went, the Prime Minister's doorstep was a 7th grade official. The maid also depended on whose maid it was. Xia Yian's maid had a high status and was valued by the Downlords. Xia Yian is about to come out of seclusion. All of a sudden, the whole place fell silent again. Even the sound of breathing was restrained. It was quiet. After a long while, Sea Wolf Pathmaster's expression froze. "You mean he's coming out?" Sea Wolf Pathmaster couldn't even complete his sentence, which showed the fear in his heart. The expressions of the other pirates also turned extremely ugly. If Xia Yian really came out and attacked the Pirate Alliance, he could probably wipe out all the pirates by himself. "Yes, he's coming out of seclusion," Xia Xiaoya said calmly. "However, he's not coming out for our Pirate Alliance. He has a premonition that something big will happen in the 7 absolute civilizations, so he came out in advance." Something big. Everyone was shocked again. How many things had happened in the 7 absolute civilizations in the past billions of years? Even when they were almost conquered by an extraterrestrial civilization, Xia Yian had never shown himself. Now he was actually coming out of seclusion for something. "What is it?" Xia Xiaoya said deeply. "The Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode has appeared." Hearing that, all the pirate leaders were shocked. Those who were weak even stood up. Their eyes widened, their pupils constricted, and their breathing quickened as if they had fallen into great shock. "Is that true?" The Blue Phoenix pirate was shocked. Xia Xiaoya nodded. "I've searched my soul repeatedly and confirmed it." Hearing that, all the pirate leaders became excited. The Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode. It said that it's a supreme cave abode that contains the Heavenly Legacy Thearcha's entire life's accumulation. It said that if one can obtain even a 10,000th of it, they can establish a powerful force that can contend against the 7 absolute clans. No, it said that whoever obtains the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode will obtain the world. Su Yu's expression also changed. He had read many of the famous Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode among the many materials. Many of the myths and legends recorded in the entire 7 absolute clans were inextricably linked to the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode. There were even rumors that the Heavenly Legacy Tharch had not died, but was hiding in the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode to cultivate. He was only waiting for the day to reappear in the world and reclaim his former glory. And there were hundreds of different versions of the rumors about the treasures within. All in all, the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode had long become a mythical existence. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode had disappeared along with the Heavenly Legacy Tharch. For many years, the descendants had been searching for it. Unexpectedly, many years later, there was suddenly news that the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode was about to appear. Xia said. It said that Xia Yian is one of the descendants who inherited the bloodline of the Heavenly Legacy, Tharch the most. He used his powerful bloodline to sense that the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode was being controlled by a mysterious force and was about to appear. That's why Xia Yian appeared. Everyone was already excited. But when and where the Heavenly Legacy Cave Abode will appear is still unknown. Even Xia Yian is not very sure. He only said that it will appear in the next few years. Hearing this, everyone finally understood why Xia Xiaoya had suggested returning the 2 hostages as soon as possible. Her main goal was to extort a large amount of resources before the Heavenly Legacy cave abode appeared, quickly replenishing the strength she had lost in the previous encirclement. The Blue Phoenix leader said, "All right, Leader Xiaoya will make the arrangements for the return of the hostages." After all, if the hostages were returned, they would not get much of the resources they extorted. It was better to let Xiaoya worry about it herself. "I have already made arrangements," Xiaoya said. Her true intention was not to ask the other 9 pirates for instructions on how to deal with the 2 hostages. Instead, she was taking the opportunity to tell them about the news of the Heavenly Legacy cave abode. On the way back to the Xiaoya pirates, Suyu thought for a moment, then said, "I was wrong. I let go of a very important person like Leader Xiaoya." He had let go of all the hostages that Xiaoya had captured. Among them was a gentle and tranquil young lady who was very strange. Not only did the white-robed sword god find her familiar, but even Flower Lady Chu-Chin found her familiar. She said she had seen her somewhere before, but could not remember where. Even the Pejuan Emperor had cast a puzzled look at her. Now that he thought about it, the ordinary young lady who had left such an impression on so many people was most likely the maid of Xiaolin. "No matter. I have already gotten the information. I will release him sooner or later," Xiaoya said calmly, walking in front. She did not blame Suyu for this. She looked at the greedy Wolf King and Xuemeng Feiyu and said, "I'll exchange the greedy Wolf King with you within a month, while Xuemeng Feiyu will need a year. During this year, she'll be your maidservant." The greedy Wolf King looked at Xuemeng Feiyu with a pleased expression. As expected, a beautiful woman like Xuemeng Feiyu would not have a good ending in the hands of the pirates. It was inevitable that she would be defiled. Suyu frowned slightly, saying, "Leader, I want to take the opportunity to train more. I am afraid I will not have the time to look after this hostage." Xiaoya turned her head and said with a faint smile, "No regrets?" Ever since the news that Xuemeng Feiyu had fallen into her hands had spread, no less than 6 pirate leaders had greeted her, hoping to transfer Xuemeng Feiyu to them. Even a pathmaster with extraordinary willpower would not be able to resist such a beautiful woman whose name had shaken the 7 unique civilizations. Suyu's flat rejection had surprised Xiaoya. "No regrets," Suyu said calmly. He had seen too many beautiful women, and he already wanted to talk to them face to face. Moreover, he had personally witnessed how heartless Xuemeng Feiyu was. It was difficult for Suyu to be interested in such a woman who had a golden appearance but was actually rotten inside. "All the more reason for me to hand her over to you." Xiaoya smiled calmly. With a point of her finger, a speck of light entered the space between Xuemeng Feiyu's brows. Xuemeng Feiyu felt a wave of pain. She held her forehead, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "This is my evil moon realm. Once it is activated, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Even the thought of defying me will cause you unbearable pain," Xiaoya said calmly. After that, she flicked her finger again, and a speck of light entered the space between Suyu's brows. "From now on, you have to obey him. You can try to defy him," Xiaoya said. Suyu was extremely helpless. He did not want it, but he insisted on giving it to him. Xuemeng Feiyu bit her lips, her heart bleeding. Chapter 2220. When she thought up to here, Xuemeng Feiyu's heart was filled with humiliation, and she felt extremely disgruntled. However, just as she was about to give up, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in the depths of her mind. Xuemeng Feiyu grabbed her head and screamed. Her body was trembling in pain, and her beautiful face was filled with pain. It was only after a long while that the pain subsided and her pretty face was pale. Seeing her like this, Greedy Wolf King couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Bitch, you're finished!" "Ha ha!" Xuemeng Feiyu lowered her head and did not dare to think about anything else. She was afraid that she would be tortured again. "This is your first gift for joining my Xiaoya pirates." Xiaoya smiled faintly. "Next, I have another gift for you. Su Yu felt bitter in his heart. It was difficult for him to enjoy Xia Xiaoya's gift. Don't refuse, it's about your injuries. Hearing this, Su Yu was slightly startled. Could it be? I'll give you a heaven's cleansing dust. Xia Xiaoya said. Su Yu's heart palpitated. What did Su Yu lack the most? Without a doubt, it was the clear sky dust. He didn't get it from the number 1 peerless family, but he didn't expect to get it from Xiese. However, this heaven's pure dust is currently suppressing some kind of evil seal, and the seal is gradually being undone. Once it is undone, the heaven's pure dust will lose its use. So I will hand it over to you. Su Yu said excitedly, Thank you, leader. It's my duty, Xia Xiaoya said. Come. Today I will officially confer you the position of vice leader. Although Xia Xiaoya had already appointed him as the new deputy leader, it was just a formality. He had yet to go through a formal process. They returned to the main ship of the Xiaoya pirates. In a guest hall, the core members of the Xiaoya pirates were gathered. 2 deputy leaders, several branch leaders, and a few unidentified elders. Everyone, this is your trusted deputy leader. I don't think I need to tell you more about his deeds. Xia Xiaoya sat on the throne and introduced Su Yu to everyone with a smile. A round of applause immediately rang out in the hall. Su Yu noticed that a few of them had not moved at all. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was one of the deputy leaders, Wu Su. The person Su Yu wanted to replace was this person. On the other hand, Wu Su would be stripped of his position as the deputy leader and given other arrangements. It would be weird if he was happy at this moment. As for the other elderly men, Su Yu was slightly surprised by them. He had heard that Xia Xiaoya had a group of special subordinates, while he was with the Xiaoya pirates. They were not very strong, but they were very old. For many years, Xia Xiaoya had relied on them to do some very mysterious things. Xia Xiaoya was also very polite and respectful to them. Their status was not inferior to the deputy chief. Now, I officially appoint Su Yu as the new deputy captain. He will be in charge of the internal missions of the Xiaoya pirates. The overall mission of the Xiaoya pirates was divided into external and internal affairs. Externally, they would plunder, and internally, they would manage the daily affairs of the entire pirate alliance. In terms of importance, the former was obviously more important. However, even though Xia Xiaoya trusted Su Yu's intelligence, he had to get used to being a Xiaoya pirate before he could take on more important missions. Therefore, he decided to let Su Yu start with the internal affairs. However, as soon as he finished speaking, one of the elders who had sparse hair and only one blue eye calmly said, Chief, I don't object to you recruiting outstanding talents, but isn't it too rash to choose a young man who has no experience and is completely unfamiliar with the Xiaoya pirates to be in charge of the internal affairs? Xia Xiaoya could ignore the objections of others. However, he had to take their objections seriously. Xia Xiaoya said, Elderswin, you may not know this, but from my understanding of Su Rushu, he is extremely intelligent. Give him some time, and he will be able to easily take charge of the internal affairs. The one-eyed elder nodded. Chief, we have watched you build the Xiaoya pirates step by step. You have only reached where you are today after many years of training. I hope you will not forget your original intentions and act cautiously. Otherwise, all these years of hard work will go to waste. They turned a deaf ear to Xia Xiaoya's words. Yes, all these years, the few of us elders would have worked hard to build such a great foundation for you. Please reconsider, Chief. Please reconsider, Chief. The 4 so-called elders were all asked to resign, asking Xia Xiaoya to give up on accepting her fate. Xia Xiaoya's expression was a little ugly. She had already promised that she would not let Su Yu suffer any grievances from the Sea Wolves pirates. But now, biting her teeth, Xia Xiaoya stood her ground and said, Elderswin, there is no need to say anything more. I have made up my mind. Wu Su, I will appoint you as the master of the 3 fleets, in charge of the 3 ships. Wu Su pursed his lips. standing up with a heavy heart. He stepped forward and handed over the deputy chief seal. I will obey the chief's orders. Xiaxiaya nodded and passed the seal to Suyu. She said, Congratulations, Deputy Leader Su. Thank you for your guidance, Chief. I will do my best to serve the chief. Sigh. The one-eyed elder when suddenly let out a heavy sigh. He bit his old head and said sorrowfully, Prosperity leads to decline. Prosperity leads to decline. I have personally watched the Xiaya pirates develop to this stage, but I have also personally watched them decline. How sad. The other elder when stood up, shaking his sleeves. He looked around, his eyes filled with disappointment. Today is the day the calamity begins. The Xiaya pirates are destined to decline. The other two elders also let out long sighs. It was as if the Xiaya pirates were about to be annihilated after accepting their fate to Suyu. Xiaoya creased her brows. These four old things felt that she had not given them face, so they were making a fuss over nothing. In the entire pirate alliance, only the four of them dared to treat her this way. But Xiaoya was very helpless. She could not leave these four people. Without them, some things could not be accomplished. Also, I have another announcement, Xiaoya said. I have already promised to give the heavens pure dust to Deputy Chief Su to heal your body. No, but just as Xiaoya said this, the one-eyed elder when objected. The heavens pure dust's uses are too amazing for words. We might even encounter a seal contaminated with evil energy in the future. How can we let it go to waste? He said forcefully. Displeased, Xiaoya said indifferently, Oldwin, please don't be unreasonable. We accidentally triggered the evil aura in that seal. It's almost impossible for us to encounter a seal with such powerful evil aura in the future. Furthermore, if we give the heavens pure dust to Deputy Chief Su, he will be able to recover his abilities. How can you say it is a waste? The one-eyed elder one's expression was tense. In this aspect, we have more say than the chief, right? Yes. Please do not interfere with us. Otherwise, if we really encounter a seal contaminated with evil energy one day, don't blame us for being helpless. From their tone, it was as if the Xiaoya pirates would immediately collapse without them. Xiaoya's eyes narrowed. As they had relied on them for a long time, the four elders had developed a habit of being arrogant. They had talked back to her in public more than once or twice. It was as if they did not regard her as a threat. To be honest, if not for the fact that she could not find someone to replace them, she would have chased all of them away long ago. My words will not change, Xiaoya said forcefully. The four of you quickly undo that seal. After using it, the heavens pure dust will belong to Deputy Chief Su. There are no objections. The one-eyed elder when had been humiliated twice by Xiaoya in public. He felt humiliated. He rose with a wave of his sleeves. Apologies. I have not been feeling well recently. I am afraid I have no time to study the seal. Please forgive me, Chief. After saying this, he did not wait for Xiaoya to speak, leaving with his hands behind his back with a gloomy expression. The other three elders stood up in unison. The four of us elders have our own tasks. We cannot afford to lose even one of us. Hence, we might not be able to undo the seal during this period of time. The three elders left one after another. Xiaoya's pretty eyes were filled with coldness. These four old things were simply going too far. She had suppressed her anger for a long time. She said calmly, Today's matter ends here. Everyone, please return. The rest of the people left one after another. Only Suyu remained. He said to Xiaoya apologetically, I have made things difficult for the chief. He had not expected the four old things to have such tempers. Xiaoya sighed as exhaustion flashed across her elegant and beautiful face. It's not your fault. It's not the first time they've talked back to me. Even without the heavens pure dust incident, they would have caused trouble sooner or later because other matters did not satisfy them. So you thought for a moment, Chief, is the evil energy in the seal bothering you? Although my abilities are average, I have some methods to restrain the evil energy. I might be able to help you. He had the boundless karmic flames and an evil dragon. Dispelling the evil energy should not be a problem. Xia Xiaoye smiled in relief. Thank you, but the problem is not the evil energy. It is how to undo the seal. After thinking for a moment, Xia Xiaoye said, Forget it. You are already the deputy chief. There are some things you have the right to know. The reason why the Xiaoye pirates have developed so quickly is because many years ago we once robbed a strange mountain. There were many seals formed by special words on the mountain. To undo the seals, we must first translate the words. I have searched for many years before I found 4 experts like Elderwin who are proficient in many words. I relied on them to undo the seals and obtain many treasures from the mountain. For example, the teacup you took was one of them. Su Yu felt awkward at the mention of the teacup. It felt like he had been caught red-handed by the owner of the house for stealing something. However, Su Yu was most concerned about something else. He said in surprise, Words. Yes, they are very strange words. I have flipped through the ancient books of many races, but there was no corresponding words. Those 4 Elderwin also relied on various attempts to decipher the words, one by one. Xia Xiaoye looked at Su Yu with a strange expression and asked, Do you have any ideas? Su Yu stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, I don't have any ideas, but unfortunately, I have some attainments in writing. Chapter 22-21. Really? Xia Xiaoye was a little surprised. When it came to writing, the higher the race, the more secretive they were about it. Hence, the fluidity of writing was very low. Usually, only those who had traveled very far away and were extremely experienced would have some understanding of the writing of other races. The 4 Wen elders had been transported to an 8-star civilization because of an unexpected space ripple. They had spent their entire lives there before coming back. They had only learned some of the foreign languages after coming into contact with many foreign races in an 8-star civilization. Su Yu was so young. It was not easy for him to spend the time to cultivate to this level. How could he still have the heart to travel the world? Xia Xiaoye did not really believe it. Naturally, Su Yu said. Xia Xiaoye thought for a moment, then said, All right, I'll test you on the spot. She waved her slender fingers in the air and drew out 10 very rare words. It would have been difficult for a normal person to guess 1 or 2. But to Su Yu, these 10 words were quite simple. Translate these 10 words into the corresponding common language, Xia Xiaoye said. Su Yu blurted out, Lin, Xiao, Zhu, Tian, Xin, Han, Fa, Luan, Tian, Chang. Xia Xiaoye opened her mouth in shock. Her eyes filled with shock. You actually guessed 5 of them correctly? Unbelievable. You really have some attainments in the language. 5. Su Yu froze for a moment. The correct one should be Lin, Xiao, Zhu, Phil, Xin, Han, Fa, Luan, Tian, Chang. Su Yu secretly shook his head. Wrong. The 4 Wen elders' attainments were very limited, and they had translated 5 of the words incorrectly. But he did not want to have anything to do with the 4 old men who were taking advantage of their seniority. Hence, even though he knew they had made mistakes, he could not be bothered to correct them. Otherwise, if they found out, they would be unreasonable and argue with Su Yu again. No, they would scold him. With their personalities, they would not allow anyone to question them. Xia Xiaoye's eyes shone, unable to hide her surprise. Haha, I really picked up a treasure. Not only was he powerful and intelligent, but he also had a wide range of knowledge, even having some attainments in the foreign languages. Although he had only answered 5 correctly, far less than the 4 Wen elders, it was not easy for him to do so at his age. Leader, I want to take a look at the seal you mentioned. Maybe I can be of help. Xia Xiaoye nodded in agreement and took out a key in the shape of a small mountain. Take it, but don't act rashly. That seal is extremely powerful. If you're not careful, you might be injured. Yes. Soon, Suyu arrived in front of the strange mountain. The mountain was hundreds of meters tall, and its entire body was covered in mottled scars left behind by battles. A feeling of vicissitudes of life assaulted his face. This mountain had existed for a very long time. Suyu activated Xiao Dai's talent. As expected, he could vaguely see several masses of dark green and even light blue air masses hidden in the mountains. This meant that there were many powerful and extraordinary treasures in this mountain. There was even a deep blue swamp hidden in the depths, flickering. Dark blue. It should be the highest grade treasure he had seen so far. There are many treasures in the mountain. Suyu was secretly surprised. The mysterious sand he had obtained previously was just one of them. At the foot of the mountain, there was a door that could be opened with a key. He discovered that there were dozens of man-made stairs leading to different parts of the mountain. On one of the roads, there was a barrier set up by someone which was intended to prohibit passage. This should be the place where the evil energy seal was located. He walked along the road to the end, and, as expected, he came in front of a stone wall. Colorful seals rapidly flashed on the stone walls. Balls of evil energy that could make one's heart jump were flying back and forth inside the seals. This was because there was a pure and holy sky clean dust at the top of the seal. Otherwise, the evil energy would be even more rampant. No wonder the sky clean dust was used to suppress it. Suyu could easily discover through his transparent eye that there was still a lot of evil energy hidden in the seal. The amount of evil energy stored here was about 10 times that of the wandering evil energy. One could imagine how powerful the evil energy was before this. Even an ordinary pathmaster would find it difficult to approach it. After pondering for a while, Suyu transmitted a message to the evil dragon in the cavern world. "Do you need evil energy for your cultivation?" The evil dragon, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly woke up and asked in surprise, "Of course. Why do you ask?" Suyu did not say anything else. He released the evil dragon from the cavern world and said, "When I break the seal, you can absorb as much of this evil energy as you can." The evil dragon was stunned, and he looked at the evil energy flowing in the seal. As an evil dragon, he was far more sensitive to evil energy than ordinary people. He could even see the huge amount of evil energy that had yet to appear in the seal. He cried out in surprise, "So much evil energy!" His face was filled with ecstasy, and it's the purest do disaster evil energy. It seemed like the evil energy was indeed very useful to him. "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you." The evil dragon was extremely grateful. Suyu nodded, then silently observed the seal on it. He saw words of different sizes appearing on the seal. Each word belonged to a different race. Most of them are the words of the 8th rated races, and one of them is from the 9th rated races. Is it really so difficult to break it? Suyu muttered softly. Ciesaya said that it had taken the 4 great when elders hundreds of years just to break half of the words on the seal. Suyu had thought that it would be difficult, but it seemed like it was too easy. Walking forward, Suyu copied all of the words and translated them into common words, one by one. It would take 1 or 2 days to translate all of the nearly 10,000 words. While he was translating in the Wind Palace, it was the place where the 4 great when elders lived and worked. The 4 of them were drinking and chatting. It was obvious that they did not look happy, especially the one-eyed when elder, whose face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. If possible, he would have strangled Suyu to death. "The leader is becoming more and more disrespectful to us," one of the Wind elders said angrily. She didn't think about it. All these years, without our help to break the seal on that mountain, how could she have obtained so many treasures and developed the Xia pirates to where they are today? Now, for the sake of a young boy of unknown origin, she has thrown the harsh advice of the 4 great when elders to the back of her head. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. The 4 when elders spoke one after another, as if without them, the Xia pirates would not be where they were today. Now the four of us will rest. I want to see who will continue digging without us, and how long the Xiaoya pirates can develop." Only the one-eyed Wen elder had a gloomy expression. "The leader will yield sooner or later. It is only a matter of time." "But that Suyu, humph, just wait and see. Once he understands how important we are to the Xiaoya pirates, he will come and apologize within 3 days." The one-eyed Wen elder said coldly, "But it is useless, even if he kneels and apologizes, unless he immediately scram from the Xiaoya pirates." They had previously said that it was for the development of the Xiaoya pirates, but now they refused to continue digging for their own selfish reasons, disregarding the overall interests of the Xiaoya pirates. Their words formed a stark contrast. At the end of the day, they were just angry that Xia Xiaoya did not listen to them. Hence, they did not give in. "Right, I heard that the Lord will come in a few days. When that time comes, the leader will yield even more," one of the Wen elders said. The one-eyed Wen elder's eyes flashed. He said in surprise, "You mean that, Lord?" The latter chuckled. "Of course." The one-eyed Wen elder was overjoyed. "Ha, even the heavens are helping us. When the time comes, the four of us will tell the Lord about what the leader has done all these years. Let's see what the leader has to say." In the mountain, after 2 days of effort, Suyu had successfully translated all of the words into common words. But to undo the seal, just translating them was not enough. He still needed nearly 10,000 words to be rearranged into a spell. Only by relying on the spell could he undo the seal. This was another costly project. Suyu used the speed boost. Under the state of 500 times time, he rearranged the 10,000 words according to the order on the seal. Finally, a day later, he finally managed to arrange the words into a complete spell. Activating the spell, the seal shook violently. Then, starting from the middle, it began to dissipate. At the same time, a shocking evil energy leaked out from within. The evil dragon saw the opportunity and charged forward. The dragon's scales on its body opened up like a mouth, continuously swallowing the evil energy within. In just an hour, the evil dragons had completely absorbed all of the demonic qi hidden within it, including the demonic qi hidden within. The dragon's body had undergone a huge change. Its already black scales became even darker, and its ferocious head became even more ferocious. Its body seemed to be burning with a layer of black flames, which kept tumbling. It was a terrifying sight. "This is great. I can finally refine the evil king pearl that I've been dreaming of." The evil dragon laughed heartily. It was extremely pleased. The evil king pearl? It should be something that was only useful to the evil dragon. However, this was the evil dragon's secret. Suyu did not want to delve into it, so he sent it back to the cavern world. He looked at the exposed stone wall in front of him. A fierce, fighting spirit emanated from the stone wall. Using his transparent eyes, he saw 2 corpses in their battle stances. One of the corpses was filled with evil energy. The other was holding a decent doctrine artifact, fairy embryo. Its grade was almost the same as the sand that Suyu had obtained before. What kind of mountain is this? Suyu was secretly surprised. He looked around and found that similar scenes were common in the mountains. They seemed to be in the middle of a war. Then, for some unknown reason, they all suddenly died. Their corpses did not even have time to fall before they were all sealed in the mountain and turned into fossils. Although he was surprised, Suyu did not want to explore this mountain. Since this mountain was Xia Xiaoya's secret, she certainly did not want outsiders to study it too deeply. Although she trusted him, it was better to stay away from taboos that should not be violated. Chapter 22:22. He grabbed the sky-pure dust embedded in the stone wall and took it away. As soon as Zhang Xian held it in his hand, he felt a wave of holiness wash over him, and his injuries were visibly recovering. The heaven's pure dust is really magical. Suyu was secretly delighted. He only needed to use the heaven's pure dust to recuperate for a while, and his injuries would be completely healed. With the clean heaven dust in his hand, Su Yu immediately returned to the deputy leader's mansion that belonged to him. There was an excellent cultivation room in the mansion, and one didn't have to worry about people or aura leaking out while cultivating inside. In the training room, Su Yu immediately placed the heaven-pure dust in his mouth. All of a sudden, a boiling warm current flowed out of the sky-pure dust and flowed toward Su Yu's limbs and bones. When Xiao Qin looked within himself, he could see a dazzling snow-white qi circulating within his body, filling it up. All of a sudden, Su Yu's exhausted body felt unusually warm and comfortable. It was like a person who had been ill for a long time finally regaining health. Su Yu couldn't help but let out a soft moan. As time passed, the feeling of weakness in Xiao Chen's body gradually faded. His exhausted body slowly recovered. A day later, Su Yu stood up. He only felt that his entire body was filled with great power. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of Daelord's strength when he fought with others. All this hard work was worth it. How many risks had Su Yu taken in order to obtain this pure sky dust? In the end, he succeeded. Now, I just need to find out the whereabouts of the sinful Lady Palace from the ancient well of the number 1 peerless family, Su Yu muttered. However, he still did not know why the golden-eyed Langjun wanted Su Yu to help them as a spy. With golden-eyed Langjun's shrewdness, his ambition might be rather great. Clang! Right at this moment, the door to the mansion was kicked open. Immediately after that, the servants in the mansion began to cry out in panic and fear. Su Yu creased his brows. Who would dare barge into the deputy leader's mansion? When Xiao Chen left the secret room to take a look, he saw 4 old fellows standing in the middle of the courtyard with their noses facing the sky, looking extremely condescending. Su Yu was disgusted. He did not have a good impression of these 4 people. His abilities were mediocre, but he took advantage of his seniority and liked to point fingers at others. It was hard for anyone to have a good impression of him, and now he had barged into his mansion. Did they think he was a pushover? It turned out that even though 3 days had passed, Su Yu hadn't gone to kowtow and apologize as they had expected. This made the one-eyed elder feel very embarrassed, so he took the initiative to visit. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and asked calmly, "Since the 4 of you have come to visit, do you have anything to teach me?" The 4 elder looked over. The one-eyed elder had a cold expression on his face as he lectured. "How can you be so rude? How should I address you?" They had kicked down the door of Su Yu's mansion without saying a word. They had the attitude of looking for trouble. Yet they still expected Su Yu to be polite? Seriously, they take themselves too seriously. "Oh, you 4 old things. Why are you looking for me?" Su Yu added another form of address. Being called an old thing, the 4 elders immediately blew their beards and glared at him. As a pirate in Se, which pirate would not be respectful to the 4 of them? Only Su Yu dared to address them in such a manner in front of them. It was obvious that he did not take the 4 of them seriously. Before they had come here, they had assumed that Su Yu would feel guilty or at least be polite. But who knew? The one-eyed elder was furious. He fiercely struck the ground with his walking stick, angrily scolding, "Young man, the 4 of us came here with good intentions to teach you a lesson, but you dare to humiliate us like this." Su Yu shook his head. He did not want to argue with them pointlessly. Teach him? Teach what? Was it martial arts? Or was it the literary skills that they were so proud of? Or were they here to teach him how to be a person? In reality, they were here to teach him a lesson, not to teach him. But it was a pity that Su Yu did not show his weak side as they had hoped. "The 4 of you will probably need to study for a long time to teach me," Su Yu said honestly. The only thing that they were worth teaching was their literary skills. But their literary skills could not even compare to the tip of the iceberg. How could they have the right to teach Su Yu? What a joke! "Young man, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you accidentally captured the greedy Wolf King," the one-eyed elder said angrily when we were roaming the world. "You were not even born." He shook his sleeves, taking out a written contract and tossing it to Su Yu. If you want to live in harmony with the four of us, you will have to abide by the following conditions. Otherwise, humph. Su Yu swept his gaze across the contract, stopping it in its tracks. There were 3 conditions on it. First, he had to report internal affairs to the 4 elders Win. Second, he had to prioritize the tasks given to him by the 4 elders Win. Third, he had to listen to all of their orders. Su Yu felt like laughing after reading it. Even the leader, Xia Xiaoye, would not dare set up such a contract for her deputy leader. Rather than calling it contract, it was more like a slave contract, an agreement to make Su Yu their slave. Have you finished reading it? Sign it after reading it. The 4 elders Win glared at him. They believed in Su Yu's choice. If he insisted on going against the 4 elders Win, Su Yu would not be able to do anything in the Xiaoye pirates, especially internal affairs. Many of the people there were already subordinates of the 4 elders Win. Without their permission, Su Yu, as the deputy leader, might not be able to command them. Su Yu did not say a word, crushing the entire contract and tossing it back. Large pieces of paper flew into the air, covering their white hair. The 4 elders Win froze, unable to restrain their anger. The one-eyed elder Win fiercely tapped his crutch, angrily saying, "You will regret this. Leave." In their eyes, Su Yu was just a hot-blooded brat who did not know his limits. Soon he would realize that without the 4 of them, he could not do anything on the Xiaoye pirates. Leave? Did I allow you to leave? But just as they turned, Su Yu's cold voice came from behind them. The one-eyed elder Win turned his head, his eyes filled with anger. "Why, Deputy Leader Su, do you want us to stay?" He was extremely furious. "I wouldn't go so far as to make you stay. My mansion cannot accommodate for disrespectful old things like you." Su Yu calmly said, "I just want you to leave the way you came." The one-eyed elder Win had yet to react when Su Yu suddenly appeared. The 4 elders only had the cultivation bases of 5 crown martial artists. They could not even dodge in time. The one-eyed elder Win was the first to be slapped to the ground by Su Yu, followed by the other 3 elders. You dare to attack us?" The one-eyed elder Win's face was burning hot, he said in disbelief. Being on the Xiaoye pirates, the 4 of them were supreme existences. Even the leader did not dare attack them. A mere deputy leader actually dared to attack them? Attack? No, I am only asking you to get out. Su Yu calmly said, "Didn't you come in by kicking the door open? I will kick you out." After which, for consecutive kicks, sent all of them flying. For pathetic cries could be heard as the 4 of them flew through the air, landing outside the mansion one after another, letting out cries of pain. "From today onwards, you are not allowed to take even half a step into my mansion. If not, the next time I will not just ask you to get out." Su Yu calmly said. He hated these 4 old things to the core. The servants in the mansion looked at Su Yu as if they were looking at a monster. It was hard to imagine that among the Xiaoye pirates, there would be someone who dared to publicly beat up the 4 elders. Could it be that he was not afraid of death? When the 4 elders were enraged, no one in the Xiaoye pirates dared to do anything. Even Xia Xiaoye had no choice but to ignore them. Their experience told them that Su Yu was in deep trouble. The 4 elders were about to explode in anger at being treated this way. Preposterous! Preposterous! The one-eyed elder Win was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, the cane in his hand tapping the ground crazily. Let's go ask the leader what she chose." However, Xia Xiaoye, who had received the news first, went into seclusion. This was to avoid the 4 elders. She had a headache. "Sigh, Su Rushu has poked a hornet's nest. These 4 old fellows are going to cause trouble for a few more days. Su Rushu might be in some trouble." Actually, Su Yu's trouble was not small. The second peerless family. When the defeated Pajuan emperor returned to the second peerless family's mansion, he was surprised to see an inconspicuous horse parked outside the mansion. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary horse. However, as a path master and the master of the second peerless family. The Paduan Emperor's eyesight was extraordinary. He immediately recognized that the horse was extraordinary. There were 3 tufts of silver-white hair on its back. Each of its 4 hooves was covered with a golden horseshoe. The horse's eyes were filled with human-like wisdom and calmness. Stepping on the moon with silver hair, leaving gold in the air, the Paduan Emperor muttered the popular legend of the 7 unique civilizations, his heart thumping. This is the gold and silver horse. The gold and silver horse was said to be the offspring of an accidental union between a Wanzong beast and a divine horse of the highest grade. Many families had thought of letting the Wanzong beast mate with other species to give birth to a new species that had the ability to travel through space. However, all of them had failed. For some unknown reason, the new species that were born were either innately dead or died within a few days. The longest record was living for half a month before dying mysteriously. Only the gold and silver horse was a wild horse that was born by accident. When it was discovered, it was traveling through the void. A few Tao lords had to use many methods before they were able to capture him. It was rumored that this horse had the same ability as the Wanzong beast. It could travel through space at will without any restrictions. However, what really moved the Paduan Emperor was not the horse, but the horse's owner. The horse was so fierce that no one could ride it. Even Xia Donglai of the 7th peerless family refused to let the horse ride it. It would rather go on a hunger strike than allow anyone to ride it. Countless almighties had tried, but all of them had failed. Only one person had succeeded. He was the Heaven's Heart Iron Hunter. The Heaven's Heart Iron Hunter was not a member of the 7 unique civilizations. Chapter 22-23. As soon as she appeared, she used the identity of the Heartless Iron Constable to capture a master criminal who had fled to this place with hands stained with blood and brought him to justice. At that time, she was only a half-step Tao master and had not even achieved Taoification. But she still beat the Tao master half to death and captured him. That battle took place in the sky above the 7 absolute civilizations. So all the Tao masters of the 7 absolute civilizations witnessed it with their own eyes. Her name completely shook the entire 7 absolute civilizations. The Heartless Iron Constable was a constable who claimed to sweep away all injustice in the world and swore to build a world of light. No one knew which force she came from. The only thing they knew was that she had indeed been capturing criminals everywhere for the past 100 years. Over the past 30 years, he had personally captured 3 Tao Lord level sinners. What was even more shocking was that it was said that when she was capturing a Tao master who had committed heinous crimes in another 7-star civilization, she was stopped by the master of civilization. In the end, she injured the master of civilization and forcibly captured him. No matter how weak the master of 7-star civilizations was, he was still at the level of any of the 7 absolute families, or even stronger. However, the Heartless Iron Constable was simply invincible. She directly injured the master of civilization and forcibly took him away. Her strength could not be said to be not terrifying. As for the wild gold and silver horse, it was strange that no one was willing to accept. But when faced with the Heartless Iron Constable, it prostrated in front of her and acknowledged her as its master. How many people were shocked by this scene? In the end, Xia Donglai still exchanged the gold and silver horse with the Heartless Iron Constable. For many years, the Heartless Iron Constable's whereabouts were uncertain, capturing criminals everywhere. Now her mount actually appeared in front of his mansion. How could defeating Army's emperor not be surprised? He quickly walked inside. In the guest hall, several clan elders were courteously receiving a woman dressed in plain white clothes and wearing a veil. Her beautiful black hair was coiled into a ponytail and tied up simply. Her eyes were sharp and deep, as if they could see through everything in the world. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly raised, giving people a feeling of heroic spirit. At this moment, she was sitting quietly. She did not speak. The tea beside her had been cold for a long time, but she had not drunk a single drop. Heartless Iron Constable. Defeating Army's Emperor smiled and took the initiative to greet her. He had long admired such a legendary woman. Now that he was able to see him in person, he felt rather fortunate. "You're the Army Destroyer, Emperor." The woman's voice was chilly and straightforward, and it revealed deep decisiveness. "That's right." Heartless Iron Constable nodded and said, "I'm here for Xue Mengfei Yu." Emperor Defeating Army didn't really understand the reason behind it. Xue Mengfei Yu, a member of the 6th Peerless family, had been captured. This was considered a big deal in the 7th Peerless civilization, but to the heartless Iron Hunters who captured all criminals in the world, it was actually an insignificant matter. Why would she be alarmed? "It was Xia Donglai who asked me to investigate this case," Heartless Iron Arrester said calmly. Xia Donglai? Emperor Pejuan understood, but at the same time he didn't. Because of the gold and silver horses, the Heartless Iron Catcher and the 7th Peerless family had some connections. Therefore, they were able to invite the Heartless Iron Catcher to help them. However, why would Xia Donglai worry about Xue Mengfei Yu from the 6th Peerless clan? How could he know that Xue Mengfei Yu was actually Xia Donglai's son, Xia Rukin's woman? Of course, Xia Donglai had to worry about Xue Mengfei Yu. However, it would be great if the legendary Heartless Iron Arrester was willing to help them personally. Until now, there had never been a person that she couldn't save. If she could save Xue Mengfei Yu, she could certainly save the greedy Wolf King. The 2nd Peerless family is willing to cooperate with the Heartless Iron Arrester. Everyone here can listen to the Heartless Iron Arrester's orders. No need. Heartless Iron Arrester's eyes were cold. "Bring me to 2 places. First, the stargazing platform. Second, the private room where the incident took place." All right. Not long after, at the stargazing platform, several months had passed since the last time Suyu had deceived everyone here. Later, people came up one after another, and there were no longer any traces left. Emperor Defeating Army didn't really understand why Heartless Iron Arrester had come here. Heartless Iron Arrester didn't say a word, and her eyes swept around. Suddenly, she stopped in front of a stone and gently flipped it over, revealing a fragment the size of a fingernail. It was the fragment of flesh left behind when Su Yu killed the human demon. After several months of drying, it had turned into dried meat. Emperor Defeating Army was secretly surprised. What powerful eyesight! How could she discover this? Heartless Iron Arrester held the dried meat in her hand, and her eyes were deep. "Are you saying that he invited someone and pretended to be killed by him in order to win your trust?" "That's right," Emperor Defeating Army said with certainty. Many people saw it that day. "Why? Is there a hidden story?" Shaking her head, Heartless Iron Arrester said, "There is no hidden story. It's just that this person's strength is terrifying. He could kill a Pathmaster with just his body." Hearing this, Emperor Defeating Army and the others were all shocked. That human demon didn't show the strength of a Pathmaster. Is there a misunderstanding? Is there really a Pathmaster in this world who would be willing to be killed by Su Rushu? Even if you offered more benefits, no Pathmaster would be willing to do so, right? Heartless Iron Arrester said calmly, "This is the second aspect of his strength. His soul power must be unbelievably strong, as it could control a Pathmaster's body. As far as I know, only the soul race, which is a 9th class race, can split their soul into 2 independent bodies. If this person isn't a soul race, then he must be a strong man with a soul. Besides, this person is very good at scheming," Heartless Iron Arrester said. "It's not a big deal for a person to deceive one person, but if he can deceive everyone, it means that he is confident, powerful, and extremely scheming. If Suyu was here, he would also be shocked." Heartless Iron Arrester was able to see through Suyu's strength with just a piece of dried meat. Emperor Defeating Army couldn't help but gasp in amazement when he heard this. He thought that he had seen through Suyu, but after hearing Heartless Iron Arrester's words, he realized that Suyu was still hiding a lot. After putting away the dried meat, Heartless Iron Arrester said calmly, "Next place!" In the private room. Because of the huge incident, the whole restaurant was sealed by the second Peerless family, and no one entered or left. Hence, the scene was well preserved. Heartless Iron Arrester looked at the remaining pieces of ice on the ground, which still hadn't melted. After a moment, she said, "I roughly understand. Thank you for your help, Emperor Defeating Army." "It's my duty," Emperor Defeating Army said. "I have a presumptuous request. I hope that when Heartless Iron Arrester rescues Shui Mengfeiyu, you can bring my son back with you." "Sure," Heartless Iron Arrester replied expressionlessly. Emperor Defeating Army was grateful, so he took out a storage ring, which contained many resources. Heartless Iron Arrester didn't even look at it, as she said, "I only act for the world's justice, and I don't ask for anything in return. This is my path, so please don't hinder my cultivation." Seeking justice for the world was the Heartless Iron Arrester's self-cultivation. Emperor Defeating Army sighed inwardly. He couldn't believe that such a righteous person existed in the world. "It's my fault." Emperor Defeating Army took back the ring and said, "Thank you, Heartless Iron Arrester." "All right." Heartless Iron Arrester turned around, and before she left, she said with deep meaning, "If you save your son and Shui Mengfeiyu at the same time, I hope that you can control him and don't let him do anything rash." She glanced at the remaining ice with the corner of her eyes. She had already deduced what happened that day. Combined with Xia Donglai's request to save Shui Mengfeiyu, she was even more certain. That day, Shui Mengfeiyu must have betrayed Greedy Wolf King and subdued him first, which gave Su Rushu an opportunity. While Emperor Defeating Army was still confused, Heartless Iron Arrester jumped onto the gold and silver horse downstairs. The gold and silver horse neighed, and a powerful black light shot out from its eyes, creating a pitch-black hole in the space before it jumped into it. Emperor Defeating Army watched as it left and let out a deep breath. Heartless Iron Arrester, never fail! Don't worry now. At the same time, Xiaoya Pirate. Recently, a very special guest had arrived. Xiaoya, who was in seclusion, suddenly woke up. She calculated with her fingers and immediately left the seclusion room for the guest hall. In the guest hall, for when elders were accompanying a lady in white with smiles on their faces. Her looks were not bad, her figure was slim, and her entire body gave off an unfathomable aura. When Xiaoya saw her, she could not help but reveal a trace of fear. This lady's strength was definitely not weaker than Xiaoya's Dao Master, and not just any ordinary Dao Master. However, this Dao Master's eyes would occasionally flash with a dull look which was not normal. However, at other times, she would regain her shrewdness and depth. What made Xiaoya's heart sink was that the four Wen elders were shamelessly complaining to this person. "Granny Meng, you must help us." The one-eyed Wen elder, who was usually arrogant, had a tearful look on his face as he complained to the white-robed Dao Master. "Leader, for an outsider, you actually disregarded the contributions we have made to the Xiaoya pirates over the years. You let him climb all over us, and even allowed him to beat us up." Actually, the white-robed Dao Master was not old, probably less than 1,000 years old. The four Wen elders were at least 10,000 years old. However, they were calling the white-robed Dao Master Granny instead. "That's right, Granny Meng. Look at our injuries." How disappointing. We've been working hard for the Xiaoya pirates for so many years, and yet we end up being treated like this. The white-robed Dao Master frowned slightly. Something like this actually happened. She turned to look at Xiaoya, who had just arrived, and said unhappily, "Xiaoya, how could you allow an outsider to act so recklessly?" Xiaoya smiled bitterly in her heart. To be honest, she did not know how this white-robed Dao Master came. According to the four Wen elders, when they were studying the seal on that mountain, A Wanzong beast that had lost its way suddenly appeared nearby without any warning. Furthermore, a person fell from the Wanzong beast's body. That person was the white-robed Dao master in front of her, who called herself Mengkir. Chapter 22-24. When they first arrived, Xia Xiaoye fought with him. In the end, not only was he unable to do anything to the other party, he was even suppressed by this Meng Ku'er. This was because Meng Ku'er did not have a Dao artifact on her. If Xia Xiaoye used her Dao weapon, she would definitely lose. When she first arrived, this Meng Ku'er's mind was not very clear. She did not even remember where she came from. She only knew her own name and her father. She had completely forgotten everything else. From then on, she treated the Little Moon Pirates as her home. Every day, he would stay at the bow of the ship, relying on his powerful cultivation to recover his consciousness. His memory was recovering bit by bit, and he had already recovered most of it, but he still couldn't remember where he came from. Therefore, she had to go out for 3 years to search for clues every time, and it had been going on for several decades now. Today was the day he was supposed to come back. His words were logical and precise. He should have regained some of his consciousness. Saya smiled wryly and said, "Sister Ku'er, please listen to my explanation. It was the 4 of them who made things difficult for us first." One-eyed Elder immediately interrupted her. To prevent her from revealing the truth, he said, "We did make things difficult, but did we do anything? No way, right? But what about that Su guy? Without saying a word, you severely injured the 4 of us, and you didn't even give us any punishment. Grandma Meng, you must seek justice for us." Meng Ku'er stared at Xia Xiaoye and said, "I only want to ask you, did that so-called vice leader Su beat them up?" Xia Xiaoye was vexed and could only reply, "Yes." "That's right," Meng Ku'er earnestly instructed. "It wasn't easy for you to establish the Little Moon Pirates. You should be well aware of the role of these 4 old men. To treat such meritorious subjects, aren't you afraid of disappointing the hearts of the other pirates?" Xia Xiaoye was speechless. The entire Xiaoye pirates would probably be very happy to see the 4 elders beaten up. With what the 4 of them had done in the Little Moon pirate world, there were many people who wanted to beat them up. Su, you had only done what everyone else wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Listen to me. Xia Xiaoye wanted to explain, but Meng Ku'er waved her hand. There's no need to explain. Immediately bring the 4 elders to find the deputy leader and have him give them an explanation. Hearing this, the 4 elders laughed in their hearts. Now, let's see what that guy with the surname Su will do. Did he think that he could disrespect them just because the leader admired him? Humph. Later on, not only would they be stripped of their position as pirates, they would also suffer 10 times the injuries they had suffered. Xia Xiaoye's heart sank when she saw their gazes. However, it was impossible for her to let the 4 of them have their way. She had said that she would not let Su Yu suffer the same grievances as he had suffered in the Sea Wolves Pirates. This was her promise to Su Yu. All right, Xia Xiaoye said. However, the one-eyed elder said, "Grandma Meng, you should go too." He was very worried that without Mengkir holding the fort, Xia Xiaoye would pretend to agree, but oppose him in secret and punish Su Yu without any pain. Therefore, he dragged Meng Ku'er along. Meng Ku'er wanted to refuse because this was the internal affairs of the Xiaoye pirates. She did not want to interfere too much. But on second thought, the 4 elders couldn't suppress the situation, so he said, "All right, but I will only watch from the side and won't make a move." "Thank you, Grandma Meng," One-Eyed Elder said gratefully. What they wanted was Meng Ku'er's presence. Xia Xiaoye secretly hated these 4 old fellows. She quickly calculated in her heart. No matter what, even if she had to fight with Meng Ku'er again, she could not expel Su Yu. However, it was inevitable that Su Yu would receive some punishment and put on an act. Who asked the 4 elders to find a character that even she was wary of. Very quickly, the group arrived in front of Su Yu's mansion. One-eyed elder Wen turned his gaze, saying, Grandma Meng, please let us negotiate with Deputy Leader Su ourselves. He is still young, and as an older generation, we are willing to forgive his mistakes. As long as he is honest and admits his mistakes, there is no need to pursue this matter. To this, Meng Ku nodded her head in agreement, gratified. It is the Xiaoya pirate's fortune that you can think this way. Xiaoya creased her brows. She did not think that these 4 old things would be so magnanimous. However, it would be best if Su Yu could settle it by himself before she made an official appearance. The 4 Wen elders turned around and walked toward the mansion. The moment they turned around, the one-eyed elder Wen's blue eyes revealed a deep coldness. Forgive Su Yu? Dream on. His intentions for entering the mansion were simple. He wanted to create trouble and force Su Yu to be angry so that he could strike again. Xiaoya would not be lenient towards someone who refused to repent and beat them up twice. With such a goal in mind, the 4 of them entered the mansion for the second time. In the backyard, Su Yu was quietly comprehending the evil dragon scripture, hoping to bring his heavenly dragon body to the next level. As he was comprehending, Xue Mengfeiyu walked over with her head lowered. She said respectfully, Deputy Leader Su, the 4 Wen elders are here again. Xue Mengfeiyu had already gotten used to her identity as a maid. Su Yu didn't do anything improper to her as she had imagined. Instead, he just ordered her around like a maid. This allowed Xue Mengfeiyu to heave a sigh of relief. Hence, she behaved even more obediently, afraid that Su Yu would change his mind in a fit of anger. Su Yu stopped comprehending, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He had already warned them not to come to his mansion. With a flash of his figure, he immediately appeared in the front yard. He saw the 4 Wen elders pointing around in the yard with their noses in the air, ordering their servants to prepare the best food and wine. Even after Su Yu had appeared, they were still extremely calm, ordering their servants around. One of the servants was too slow, and he was angrily scolded by one of the Wen elders. They were clearly treating this place as their own mansion. What do the 4 of you want to teach me this time? Su Yu said indifferently. There was no smile on his face, and his tone was extremely cold. It was obvious that Su Yu was not friendly, but the 4 Wen elders did not seem to notice it. The one-eyed Wen elder sat down and shouted, Kneel down, kowtow, and apologize to us. Su Yu was amused. Even though they were old, they were not very shrewd. They wanted to make him angry, but they were using such a crude trick. Anyone with the slightest bit of shrewdness would think about whether the 4 Wen elders were plotting something. But even though he knew that they were trying to provoke him, Su Yu was still angry. So what if he was angry? What could they do to him? Kowtow? How many do you need to kowtow? Not many. Just 1,000, the one-eyed Wen elder said indifferently. Even if Su Yu really kowtowed, it would be useless even if he kowtowed 10,000 times. They would never forgive him. 1,000, right? Sure, as you wish. Su Yu's wine-red glow flashed, and a light barrier appeared, trapping the 4 of them within it. His gaze was cold. If they wanted to make him angry, then let them have their way. The 4 Wen elders were calm and composed. Was Su Yu going to attack them next? At most, he would just injure them. Would he dare threaten their lives? The more heavily injured they were, the better the effect. Now, if none of you kowtow to me 1,000 times, I can consider letting you leave. If you don't, then don't even think about leaving my mansion, Su Yu calmly said. The 4 old men were already at odds with Su Yu. Even though their abilities were average, if they wanted to ruin Su Yu's plans, they could use their connections within the Xiaoya pirates to do so. To prevent any mishaps, it was best to destroy them. Anyway, with Su Yu's knowledge of words, Xiaoya did not care about their lives. Their deaths would be in vain. The 4 pitiful Wen elders had no idea that they had forced themselves into a dead end. The one-eyed Wen elder let out a cold laugh. Ignorant child, you want us to kneel. The other Wen elder said righteously, we would rather die than kneel. What they wanted was a conflict with Su Yu. However, Elderwin had just finished speaking when Suyu casually tapped the space between his eyebrows. With a creak, this one elder fell to the ground, his soul and body destroyed at the same time. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the smiling one-eyed Win Elder and the other two elders turned stiff. They looked at the dead Win Elder without blinking, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. So you really dared to kill them? Did he not know what this meant? They were the only ones who could undo the words on the seal. I think the three of you would rather die than kneel, right? So you calmly said. The one-eyed elder's body trembled, the arrogance on his face disappearing, replaced by deep fear. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and started kowtowing. Deputy Leader Su, please spare our lives. The other two Win Elders also knelt and kowtowed. They were used to being arrogant, knowing that no one among the Xiaya pirates dared to do anything to them. Su Yu was the only one who didn't care about their lives at all, which was why he had scared them. Thump, thump, thump. Su Yu counted them one by one. By the time he reached 1,000, the three of them were already bleeding. At least you know what's good for you. Su Yu had said that if they were willing to kowtow 1,000 times, he would let them go. He was a man of his word. Scram! Su Yu lightly shouted, sending the three of them flying with a kick. This time he had used a lot of strength, breaking all the bones in their bodies to teach them an unforgettable lesson. Crack! The three of them landed outside the yard, two of the Win Elders fainting. Only the one-eyed Win Elder was still conscious, but his body was in so much pain that he would rather have fainted. He could not help but squeal like a pig being slaughtered. Meng Qir's expression was cold as she glared at Xia Xiaoya. Do you still want to explain? Xia Xiaoya was speechless. She secretly blamed Su Yu for his carelessness. Could he not see that the four Win Elders were plotting something? He had actually injured them once again. Now, even if she wanted to plead for Su Yu, it would be difficult. Meng Qir squatted down, using the power of a path master to heal the three of them. The other two Win Elders also woke up, their faces pale. Once awake, the three of them hugged each other and cried, Grandma Meng, please seek justice for us. Deputy Leader Su's nature is hard to change. We tried to persuade him with kind words, hoping that he would restrain himself. In the end, not only did he force us to kowtow 1,000 times, he even severely injured us. The one-eyed Win Elder hated Su Yu to the core. He actually dared to force them to kneel and apologize. Chapter 22-25. Hearing that, Meng Qir's face turned cold. Xiaoya, do as you see fit. Xia Xiaoya was helpless. Just as she was about to say something, Su Yu, who had sensed the commotion outside, walked out. He already knew that the four elders had come prepared. He wanted to see what kind of people the four elders could invite. However, standing at the entrance of the mansion, he looked out. When his gaze fell on Meng Qir, he could no longer look away. At the same time, his heart sank. Meng Qir, how could he forget? She had caught him in the body of a Luo Ho, and he had almost been transformed by her. Fortunately, Su Yu had used all his strength and finally succeeded in confusing her memory. Now that he saw her again, and her eyes were clear, she must have regained her consciousness. Thinking of this, Su Yu's heart was heavy. Did he have to expose the sword every day? He did not want to do so in front of Xia Xiaoya. Father! However, what caught Su Yu off guard was that after staring at him for a while, Meng Qir suddenly cried out in surprise. Her white shadow blurred, and she threw herself into Su Yu's arms. Su Yu was stunned, at a loss. She had not regained her memory and still thought of him as her father? Meng Qir had often been beaten by her father when she was young, which had left a psychological scar. Therefore, Su Yu's beating had confused Meng Qir, and she had mistakenly thought that Su Yu was her father. He was stunned, and so were Xia Xiaoya and the three elders. What did she call Su Rushu? Father? After Xia Xiaoya became the leader of the pirates, she had seen and heard many strange stories. But a powerful path master who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, had recognized a young man who was only 100 years old as her father. She found it hard to believe such a ridiculous thing had happened in front of her. "Father, I finally found you. Kir missed you so much." She kept rubbing against Su Yu's arms, her eyes filled with tears. Su Yu's mouth twitched. He had really picked up a big daughter. However, Su Yu did not dare to tell her the truth. This woman was extremely powerful. Not only had the 3 Path Masters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce failed to capture her, but they had also been injured by her. It was clear how powerful she was. If he explained everything clearly and made her recall everything that had happened in the past, Su Yu felt that he wouldn't be far from death. "Cough, cough! That good daughter. Father has been looking for you for a long time." Su Yu pried her hand away, coughed dryly, and became Meng Kuer's father with a straight face. Looking at the dumbfounded Xiaxiaya, Su Yu smiled awkwardly. "Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Meng Ke. It seems like you already know each other." Xiaxiaya nodded blankly and laughed dryly. I know him." Meng Kuer recovered from her surprise and looked at Old Wen's group of 4, frowning. "Father, why did you come into conflict with my 4 grandsons?" "Grandson?" Su Yu was stunned. What kind of messy relationship is this? After a moment of hesitation, she told him everything that had happened. After listening, Meng Kuer angrily turned around and kicked each of them. "3 bastards, do you have eyes? Is this how you treat my father? Apologize." The 3 Old One had already lost their ability to think after witnessing such an absurd scene. Sorry, Deputy Leader Su. What did you call him?" Meng Kuer glared at them. "Impudent things. Quickly call him grandfather." Grandfather? Xiaxiaya, who was at the side, almost laughed out loud. The 4 Old One sucked up to Meng Kuer and volunteered to be her grandsons. Now they had to call Su Rushu grandfather. The one-eyed Old One's eyes widened. "Grandfather? Bastard. Why aren't you greeting him?" Meng Kuer glared at them. The 3 of them looked at each other, their faces pained as if they had eaten a bowl of flies. They lowered their heads and said, "Grandfather! Su Yu could not help but laugh. These 3 old fellows would never have dreamed that they would not be able to suck up to Su Yu, but instead have to call him grandfather? 3 good great-great-grandchildren. Su Yu smiled faintly. Xiaxiaya looked inside the mansion and said, "Where's the last one?" "Dead." Su Yu still had a calm smile on his face as he casually said. Hearing this, Xiaxiaya's expression changed. Dead. The 4 Old One each had their own specialties, with one dead who could break the seal in the mountain. "Leader, do not worry too much. If there is a need, I can help you translate the words," Su Yu said. Xiaxiaya's eyes were filled with sadness and complexity. It was easy to say, although Su Yu had some attainments, he was still lacking compared to the 4 Old One. He could not replace any one of them. But on account of Meng Kuer, she could not get angry. "Forget it, I'll find someone else." Su Yu shrugged. "All right, but I suggest you chase these 3 old things away first. Leaving them on the Xia pirates will be trouble sooner or later." With their selfish nature, if the Xia pirates were to be in trouble one day, they would be the first to betray the Xia pirates. There was no doubt about that. Xiaxiaya was already unhappy that Su Yu had killed a precious Old One. Chasing him away, Xiaxiaya suspected that Su Yu was deliberately making things difficult for her. She said, "Deputy Leader Su, if we chase them away, who will break the words on the seal in the future? Just you?" Su Yu said, "Of course, I alone am enough." Xiaxiaya wanted to laugh. "Just based on your half-baked attainments?" she said with a hint of anger. "All right, then why don't you tell me how many words you've deciphered when you went to the mountain?" Given how rare those words were, Su Yu being able to decipher even one was already impressive. Decipher a few? That was impossible. Su Yu thought for a moment. "I didn't count carefully, but there should be no less than 10,000. 10,000? Xia Xiaoya really felt that the current Su Yu was a little unreasonable. She thought to herself, why don't you say that you have already completely removed the seal? In any case, I have completely broken the evil energy seal. Xia Xiaoya was secretly amused. He really said that, but then she thought about it. Given Su Yu's performance in the second most powerful family, would he be someone who would say such meaningless words? She said, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. With a flash of her figure, Xia Xiaoya disappeared. After a while, she returned with a face full of shock. She had been to the mountain. That seal had been completely broken. How did you do it? Xia Xiaoya looked at Su Yu in shock, as if she was looking at a huge treasure house that had never been excavated. Su Yu said, Leader, you can think of it as a guess. Guess? Guessing all 10,000 words? She turned her gaze and took out the 10 words that she had used to test Su Yu. Among them, there were 5 words that the 4 elders' guesses were wrong all along. Su Yu nodded. You can say that. Xia Xiaoya gasped. It was true. She could not believe that Su Yu was so young. How did he know all the words of the 10,000 clans? Objectively speaking, this was impossible. Deputy Leader Su, you really surprised me. Xia Xiaoya patted Su Yu's shoulder, her heart brimming with joy. In just 3 days, Su Yu had done something that the 4 elders might not have been able to do in decades. Such an earth-shattering talent had become her subordinate. Xia Xiaoya felt as if she had hit the jackpot. Humph! Meng Kuo let out a light grunt, staring at Xia Xiaoya with a slightly unfriendly gaze. I've been paying attention for a long time. How can you continue to call him deputy leader? Xia Xiaoya was slightly stunned, then became embarrassed. She and Meng Kuo were sisters, and Su Yu was Meng Kuo's father. In that case, didn't she have to call Su Yu uncle? Su Yu also sensed that something was wrong. He grinned. Great, he had another big niece. Why? Do you want to take advantage of my seniority? Meng Kuo glared at him. If she called Su Yu a junior, then wouldn't Meng Kuo be the junior of her junior? Xia Xiaoya had no choice but to say, Uncle, Uncle Su. Su Yu was embarrassed. Let's not address each other. If there's anything in the future, just say it. Try not to address each other. The relationship between them was really messy. Suddenly, Su Yu noticed Elder Wen and the other 2. Deal with the 3 of them as soon as possible. Xia Xiaoya noticed the pale faces of Elder Wen and the other 2. Her gaze turned cold. She had waited for this day for a long time. The 4 of them had indeed contributed to the Xiaoya pirates, but the negative impact was also very bad. Now that someone could replace them, it couldn't be better. Men, send the 3 elder Wen away from the pirate alliance. Xia Xiaoya did not choose to kill them. Although they had been hated by Xia Xiaoya for a long time, they had contributed greatly to the Xiaoya pirates. Therefore, she only banished them, not killed them. A few pirates immediately came forward and escorted them away. They had just left when the pirates who had received the news cheered and celebrated. Some even set off firecrackers. It was obvious that they had been infuriated by the 4 elder Wen all these years. After dealing with Elder Wen, Su Yu thought of his own maid, Xuemeng Feiyu. It was not a good idea to have her by his side all the time. Xuemeng Feiyu, it's best to exchange her as soon as possible. As you said before, the Heavenly Legacy Cave is about to appear. It's better not to complicate matters at this critical juncture. Xia Xiaoya had a faint smile. You really don't plan to take a bite? According to my observation, she should still be a virgin. Su Yu laughed softly. Even if she is a hostage, taking her chastity is not something I should do. After hearing that, Xia Xiaoya and Meng Kuo looked at Su Yu strangely, especially Xia Xiaoya. She had seen Xuemeng Feiyu's unparalleled beauty with her own eyes. She had thought that Su Yu was just saying it. She did not expect that after keeping Xuemeng Feiyu by his side for so long, So you really did not do anything. His temperament alone was enough to make Xia Xiaoye look at him in a different light. As for Meng Qir, she had never seen Shui Meng Feiyu before. She asked meaningfully, "Is she beautiful?" Xia Xiaoye nodded deeply. "She is one of the most beautiful women in the 7 unique civilizations. The successors of the 2 families are fighting over her,